I've been thinking I kind of want to like try out the different classes of this game because Crusader seemed pretty, well, basic, so to say, and I feel like once you've seen like pretty much all the weapons, you kind of like know how like the game plays, I feel like, at least on that character. Maybe there's some like vastly different gameplay later on with like, I don't know, different mechanics, but it looks like it's just gonna be like the same gameplay, just like quicker. So instead of checking out the same gameplay but quicker, let's make a new character, like check out some other gameplay on like another class for a bit. Like for example the Psyker or the Assassin. I don't have the other two DLCs, so I don't know, I might just not check them out, we'll see. But let's try a Psyker today. So there are like 3 starter, I mean these aren't really like classes, just like layouts, right? It's like the same class with like 3 different layouts. 4 staff, 4 sword and 4th rod, and both pistol and 4th rod. And then more importantly I feel like it's the like armor skill. This is the warp bound armor. What does it do? Does it say what it actually does? Project is its disembodied presence over the physical world. To gaze beyond the veil. Well, what it really means, I don't really know. This one has like a teleport apparently. So this seems more like the most melee Psyker maybe there. I don't know, we'll see. And then this one is a warp anomaly that halts the flow of time for a short duration. Okay, so I have like a time stop kind of thing. Go Battle Sister, I do not have the DLC. Not yet at least. So we're just gonna like try out some Psyker here for now. Because people have been saying that Psyker also has more of a like skill tree stuff to it. So I'm just gonna skip all the cutscenes, I've seen them already, right? They're cool, but yeah. But welcome on, Cold Bite, No Shadow, welcome on guys. Also, hopefully the game is set up today correctly so that there's not gonna be like any decoding, any coding lag when it comes to the stream. Should be hopefully smooth today. Apart from like long loading times, of course.
Captain, do you copy? Captain Van Winter, can you hear me?
Alright, we gotta play through these tutorials, unfortunately, yet again. I just like trying to rush through them as quick as possible. There being like more than one tutorial mission is honestly kind of annoying. But yeah.
Good, you're back. Love the content.
New log entry.
Yo, Archon, welcome in, welcome in.
Everywhere.
Thank you so much for the prime. 6 months already, thank you so much.
What have we got here?
We got the 4th rod here.
Well, the Emperor does protect his loyal subjects.
So, this is just like a gun. I don't know, it's not really like that interesting. Endurance, like a self buff? What does it do? Target gains 10% max HP and 1% max HP regen. Okay. And we got a force strike and a warp speed, like another buff. All weapon skills get 25% damage bonus and cooldown reduction, lasts 90 seconds, reserves 25% warp heat. I see, I see. So you get like warp heat as like... Okay, so you just have like buffs and that's it. It doesn't really like seem super interesting so far, but we'll see. May I humbly suggest you to kill the non-believers? I will. Oh, work more. Purge the Xenos? Yep. I mean, okay, that was...
I feel the contagion of chaos seeping into the walls.
Rod.
I taste the despair in the air.
Switch weapon, hello.
This illness must be purged before it's too late.
What is this? Why am I taking damage? Monka. Okay, that's just like point and click and stuff.
New log entry. I've found a room tainted by the filth of chaos. There is also a...
Okay, blah 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 blah.
I've found new information. There's an emergency cogitator nearby where I could turn off the jamming signals. A mindless servitor sputtering gibberish. I smell corruption. Exciting. Mind the door, please.
Deactivate the box jammer. I mean, what? Who? What? Oh, yeah.
Finally.
So far, these like weapon skills here don't really seem like that exciting either.
I couldn't turn off the teleportation. It would have been.
Trust me.
You're loyal.
But I mean, here's the hope that there's gonna be like a proper skill tree, like actual skills. Or like just left click being like shoot, either like a line or like in an AoE. And Q just being like a melee attack and the other things just being buffs. Isn't really like exciting mage gameplay so far. So far, right? We're like level 1 in tutorial, so way too early to judge. Unlock psychic power, can be toggled on off. Levitation provides 25% movement speed and the ability to bypass traps and mines undetected. Using any other skill automatically turns levitation off. +1 passive skill point. Alright, let's see if these passives like look differently here. So you got like psychic combat and psychic debuffs. These are different. These seem to be like the same basically. We are kind of like playing more of a like melee class compared to the tactician that we were playing last time. So we have like melee stuff unlocked first, and to unlock range stuff we would have to like deal range damage or like deal more single target DPS. Psychic combat is already unlocked as well. Psychic combat allows the use of the exploit weakness, crit chance, psychic mastery rather, allows the use of the deny the warp. Psychic mastery allows the use of the warp energy, the redirection, psychic mastery. Energy shield gain on hit, crit hit chance, warp resistance. Psychic debuffs, armor breaking, vulnerability, whatever that does exactly, and temporal stasis. And then you have health. Okay, I mean that seems kind of bland and boring, the health stuff, but I mean might be useful of course as well. I mean we're gonna have to like try out some of these like psychic stuff, otherwise Wait, this has combat, but like all the stuff is like basically, I mean, crit chance, warp resistance, and like it seems like very passive so far as well. Okay, let's just try like say vulnerability, right? Okay, we have a point here now. Do we have the ability to like use a different skill now, or? Yo, vibes, welcome on season 5 with 40k theme. You heard it here first. There was actually like a mod that like unironically added basically like Space Marines and so on to like Grim Dawn, which obviously like doesn't fit at all, but like
Our Argos
was kind
have
of
picked
cool.
up a Vox signal not far from your location. It is transmitting on an Imperial channel. It could be
I mean, if you added
important.
like new maps,
I'm on
new
my way
assets,
there.
everything, right? You could kind of like make a game like this in the Grim Dawn engine, like not kidding. But it's obviously gonna be like a shit ton of work. But it is possible technically. You can do more than just like fart around. Okay, so what did the passive do? Like, allows the use of the vulnerability psychic mastery. Where's this mastery even? Is it like a perk or? I don't actually get like where the mastery is. Like, what is the mastery? Is it like a skill or? Yeah, I mean, that's how it was on the Crusader as well, like weapons define your skills. I thought people were saying in the chat last time that like Psyker is a bit different, but maybe he's actually not. Oh, the teleport has like a cooldown, like a wind-up rather. Did I not pick up the belt again? Did I miss the belt again?
A proper...
I also missed it last time I was playing this tutorial.
This commander is tough. A worthy enemy at last.
I mean, so far it seems... Wait, so far, not gonna lie, that seems even more bland to play than the Crusader, like, I'm not gonna lie.
I have found...
You will see it later? Alright, when later does the Psyker get this, like, actual skill tree? Yeah? But so far, the only thing that I can basically do is, like, switch between, like, bigger AoE and, like, better single target by, like, switching weapons. That's pretty much all I can do so far.
I found the body.
And, like, whenever something, like, actually mellows me, I get to, like, smack him with my rod. Yep.
Did you think a horde can withstand my powers?
And again, the teleport has the same issue as the jump
New log
pack,
entry.
like it's not being
I established
used
connection with someone from an Imperial expedition.
while
on the
standing
ship.
still, but like
But
the character
he is
moves there
clearly
first and
confusing
then
me
uses the ability.
with
It
someone
should be like
else.
always insta-used, it's, like no matter the range. And just be like used for full range if you're like aiming it further away than its max range. Oh wait,
So be it.
you can play like Diablo 2 Sorcerer almost, that's kind of funny. You unlock an NPC for it on the ship? Oh, okay. Interesting, interesting. Let's just like rush through these tutorial missions real quick and I'll see if it's like properly opening up or not. Like maybe this guy gets like different NPCs than the Crusader class, right? Like Crusader was pretty much only able to get like the crafter so far
It's on
and...
again. Another wave of filth is on its way to face me in a glorious carnage. I want your help
was the other guy,
as
like-
soon as possible.
The one that can, where you
That
can
was dangerously close to insolence,
customize your
and you are
stim
definitely
pack, your inoculator
confusing me
basically.
with someone else.
You are an Inquisitor, which is enough for me right now. The whole deck is swarming with the local mongrel tribes, and they've sent their...
So you're heading to the control room to disable the jammer.
There's
That's the
warp
plan,
rod and
yes.
force rod.
And who is this Caius Thorn exactly?
Quite a character. Otherwise, I have no idea.
Then
He seems
here
to
we
think
have
that
a
I'm a
force
member of his
shield
mysterious expedition.
you can use now.
If there is an expedition, they might be trapped in that monastery, just like you.
Why do you think so?
I made a scan. That giant wreckage looks completely dead from here. No sign of any other voidcraft in the vicinity.
I've eliminated the first tribal champion. I wonder if these mongrel tribes are the descendants of the original inhabitants.
Skip, 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 skip.
Suffer my pain.
Did I miss one down here? Oops.
The price I pay for power.
Oh, he's losing HP when I use that actually. Interesting, interesting.
Thorn here. How are you faring, Inquisitor?
Considering that I'm alone, I'd say I'm making adequate progress.
Alone? Where's the rest of your detachment?
Under some smoldering wreckage.
Well, that's unlucky. But that's all the more demons for us to kill. The filth of chaos has
Kind of
retreated
annoying
from
to have
my
basically
door.
like two
Regrouping, I'd
literal
say.
like just
I take
staffs,
it you
like
killed the
staves
tribal champions.
that look the same and
Yes, I purged the
pretty much. Yeah, they should be like the same I feel like, but they're not the same. But you have to like switch weapons.
There is still much
You
work
basically
to
like
be
switch
done.
between like
You'll
melee
find
and
a desecrated shrine next
main
door
between
that
like
leads
single
to the
target and
control
AoE.
room. Go there.
Like why can't you have these passives like set up different? Like it's such a boring design right now, honestly. With how they're set up. And instead you have like only one only one staff, but it has like, you know, left click is like pew pew single target and right click is like AoE or the other way around. Like why is right click my freaking buff here? Just feels weird to play, like I don't know. Could like feel better. Remember a little bit of Psyker because it was the only class you could play. Because it had like a little bit more customization. I mean, so far, I don't know.
repent.
Okay, let's maybe I have like the wrong class, so to say. I should like try out some different weapons. Maybe I have like the wrong starting items, you know what I mean. What do we have here? Auto pistol. I mean, okay. It's literally the same skills as like on any other class. So the skills are always the same, no matter what class you're playing, right? As long as like the same weapon class, it's literally always the same. The only difference is like different classes can you wield like different items, right? Wait, is this like a... Oh, this is a 2-handed staff now. What does it do? So like single target, pew pew, endurance, self buff. What is this buff? Warp speed as well. And then fire reform. I was like RF.
Thorn, I've reached the end.
I thought maybe like
Good.
the same
There
weapon
is
has like
the
different
exit.
skills
Some of my men
on
will
different
meet you on
classes,
the
but
other
it doesn't
side.
know.
But plenty of them have been captured. I'll need your help to set
played
them
RF?
free.
Flamer was your weapon of choice. Yeah, I tried a flamer on the Crusader last time. It's fun, but like shotgun is just broken compared to this.
This is just the calm before the storm.
At your command.
At your command. Oi. What if here? Hey, what is this? Yeah, but like, what is it? I'll add an extra slot for the psychic powers instead of your belt equipments. Wait, how can you... Oh yeah, so you can customize these, right? But like, how do I do that? On the bridge to... Oh, I can only do it on the bridge. Okay. I see, yeah, I'll leave this for now then. And, wait, this one can also do that now.
The war will eat me alive. Take it like a man, guardsman. Onwards! Don't linger, guardsman.
So this fire skill is like a... Okay. Yeah, I gotta check out the NPC at the bridge now. This does seem a bit more interesting after all. I was just like too prepared to figure it out. Open the cage.
How can we serve you, Inquisitor? By the Emperor, we are saved.
Yo, trash can, welcome on. I'm going like insane because of the warp, right? Because of this meter here, warp heat. I'm overheating. You. Hello? Oh. Taking damage from warping around. It's fine. Yeah, this is so annoying with like no force move on like left or right click. But I guess I could like change that as well, right? Like rebind that. Yo, cheap shot, welcome on.
How can we serve you, Inquisitor? Thank you, Inquisitor.
By the way, is the stream still fine? Like, is it smooth or is it lag today? Should be hopefully smooth.
Want to know what a real battle looks like? I suggest you join me as soon as you can.
Oh my god, come on, blocked. Stream is good? Alright.
So what is your plan?
Yes. The power we draw upon takes so many...
Is there any good endgame content? I can't really answer that question yet. I have not tried it out yet. I haven't really like pushed too much. I can't even go to the command bridge yet, right? I have to finish all of these campaign missions first, like all of these. But yeah, I mean, you unlock the mapping system basically like already like after the tutorial. I'm still in tutorial right now. It's like 10 different tutorial missions or something. I don't know, man. Like, why is it just not one?
Welcome.
Welcome. Oh no,
we
this.
have a problem.
Also these like
Now
these
is
missions
not
are
a
so
good
cringe.
time.
I know they fit the Warhammer theme, but like for an RPG, they're so annoying.
So be it.
Kind of like Last Stand, auto like turret defense.
With these records
Stuff.
this martyr has a
Welcome to the
mind of its
League
own.
of Draven. Yeah, indeed, indeed. Which Diablo 3 class did I like the most in Grim Dawn? Probably Wizard. I mean, all of them are pretty well done. All of them are pretty fun. I played all of them. I mean, not Endgame, but
Well then,
I would say like Wizard looks the
Inquisitor,
flashiest, has like the
listen to
coolest
me. The
abilities.
monastery is...
I'm in the middle
Demon
of
Hunter.
later.
Demon Hunter was the first class the guy made, who made the mod, and you can kinda tell. It seems like the most dated, but there's some cool sets. I tried like those strafes. I mean, the class doesn't have a strafe by default, right? But I tried like a set he made that enables strafe, and that was pretty cool as well. Most OP. I mean, most OP I would probably say maybe like Berserker, like Barbarian, but the mod is getting a patch as well, like soon, based on my feedback as well. Because the guy wants to balance the mod a bit better, and yeah, that's like one of the reasons why I was playing it as well. And also to maybe like get some like ideas for the season mod as well.
Take it like a man, guardsman.
Blessed Hammer will get a damage boost. Blessed Hammer was the one that you shoot, right? Not the one that is like turning around you. The one that you shoot is getting a like will be buffed, yes. The one that's turning around you, I think it's like a small early game nerf, but like I think it's the
My
same.
brothers were here to hear this canticle of death. Talking about brothers, which chapter do you? I am Sergeant.
What's the reason I'm playing other class and not try Endgame?
Stormwatcher Space Marines. Explain. I don't know that.
Inquisitor, the monastery shows signs of...
Not now.
Because I think Endgame is just the same as I did, just like quicker. Like this is just like running maps, like the same thing, but like quicker. And like once you've seen all the weapons, right? You've seen all the skills because weapons determine skills. I think that's why. But I'm not quite sure. Like maybe the endgame is actually like vastly different and I didn't like actually play it yet.
The war will eat me alive.
And also like the Crusader seemed very basic. Like it was just literally only like get assets, and other than that, like, well, depending on your weapons, you have different skills, right? There was like no skill tree at all for like active skills. And the Psyker apparently has that. I just can't access it yet because I have to like finish the tutorial first.
Take it like a man, guardsman.
The tutorial is like 10 missions instead of just one, which is also a bit annoying. But yeah, I'm like on tutorial mission, I don't know, 6 or 5 right now, I don't know.
I slay in thy name. The war will eat me alive. Cleanse me of my sins.
Alright, are we done?
Cleanse
No.
of my sins. You are truly... After we've disabled the jammer, we must find Lord Kloster. Oh, yes. That two-faced hypocrite. I have already lost a battle brother because of him, and then he left me down here to die. But now, move!
Oh yeah, the Dreadnought fight. Can't skip, what the fuck?
Oh, traitorous scum! Mockery to your honor! Perish you! Take it like a man, guardsman!
Wait, what is he doing?
So be it. Die! Now your face,
Now
Inquisitor!
give me my loot.
ready to fight.
Alright, back to the ship.
Inquisitor, are you all right?
I'm fine, Captain. I'm back on your ship,
I'm
leaving
fine.
the teleport terrain as we speak. I need medical assistance down here for the Space Marine. What's happening to the Martyr?
It's preparing to enter the warp. I thought it was a derelict.
It is a derelict, Captain, which seems to attract the attention of both our allies and enemies. The Martyr is a mystery, but it's very much alive.
And your mystery ship is gone. What happens now?
I will notify the Caligari Conclave. Then we will wait and see.
We are back at the bridge. We can finally.
Our task is to find a good.
Okay, blah 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 blah. Psychic powers, there we go. Okay, so power priority. You can set up a priority order between your psychic powers for both weapon sets. If your build has an empty skill slot, the system will automatically fill the usable slots with the psychic powers in the order you set them up here in the priority panel. For example, 4 staffs give you the best way to use the most psychic powers at the same time because it has 3 power slots. If you want to use extra psychic powers in addition to the weapons, you can do it with psychic focus items, which change the belt skill. Yeah, I'm using that as well, so you get like +1, so you can have like 4 powers instead of just 3 with the 4 staff, and 3 instead of 2 when you're like using these other like single-handed stuff, right? Yeah, okay. Psychic power list. It's like a skill that you have unlocked. Skill preview. Okay, so this seems like more or less like an actual skill tree thing, which is kind of cool. So yeah, this one is like a one-hander. Has like 1 attack and then like 1 skill slot, 1 attack, 1 skill slot, 1 attack, 3 skill slots. Cool. So biomancy are basically like buffs. Pyromancy are like, well, pyromancy and divination are probably like heals or something like that. You can boost or enchant your psychic powers with specific masteries. The yellow and purple colored masteries can be learned from skill points in the psychic specific skill trees. Note that not all masteries can be used for every psychic power. Check the description to gain knowledge. Next, new mastery slots will unlock as you are leveling up. Okay, so this is actually kind of cool. Like this is actually like a bit, as you said, like skill trees. Like actual skill trees. You wish, yeah, same. I wish all classes had a system. Or like, well, a system that's like appropriate to the class. Right, not all have to be like Psykers, obviously. It wouldn't make really sense, but... Okay, how can I like equip this now? Add, remove... Wait, what? Ah, just drag, alright. So for example, we can put Fire Form here, Inferno there, Warp Speed. All weapon skills gain 25% damage bonus and 20% CDR. What does Endurance do? That was Regen, right? Bio Lightning, medium range, force discharge that deals warp damage. Okay. And then you have like, basically, it's like runes from Diablo 3, right? This mastery list. Like extra duration, increases the power's duration by 50%, increases the power's effectiveness. 25% less warp heat cost for this power, cooling reduction for this power. Alright, so So now the reserve is more warp heat. Wait, does it also do more damage, or...? Deals heat damage in a 3 meter... Oh yeah, it does here, DPS right up here. Crusader does? Wait, what kind of system does Crusader have? Wait, I was playing a Crusader earlier and maybe I was missing it or something, I don't know. Yeah, Crusader has guns and melee, yeah, but like no actual like skill tree. Alright. Like the skills just depend on the weapon that you're using. And that's it. So Raritas and Tech add up got menus like this though? Ah, okay. So it's like pay to gain to get like actual good content. Give energy shield on use. Wait, there was other stuff as well. What does it do? Summon multiple balls of warp energy that fall to the ground, creating damaging areas and 2 meter radius. Okay, cool. Misfortune, reduce enemy armor by 40. Give energy shield. What kind of damage does this do? This is like piercing, shock, path. These are like heat damage, I would assume. Self. Oh wait, this is also self buff. Creates a column of fire for 20 seconds that seeks out enemies and deals 210 weapon damage per second as heat in a... Oh, this is like a whirlwind, like a tornado you summon. Adds a vulnerability tag to the power based on its damage type. What does vulnerability do? Like it reduces enemy stuff? What is the 4th type of power? Kinda like a Blade Spirit, yeah. Wait, what kind of reserves do we have? 32? 25? Do I even need CDR? Like for what? If I just play auras, it's like for what, right? Yeah, you need spell slot and armor as well to have the 5th point. I don't have. I do have a spell slot and belt, but not in my armor right now. I mean, whether you need this or not depends on like what difficulty you're playing, right? I feel like everything below like insane or whatever it was is like easy as fuck anyway. At least it was for the Crusader like in the first like 30 levels-ish. I don't need to like reduce any armor from playing like heat damage on it. Like that doesn't matter then, I guess. So I don't need Misfortune at all. I'm gonna play this until Friday, possibly. Don't know what I'm gonna play on. I might like play the Assassin class on Thursday, but Let's see. Creating damaging areas. Oh, okay, warp damage. This one is warp damage. This was heat damage. This is heat damage. Yeah, okay. This one also deals warp damage. Okay. I don't know, do I just want to like play a super lazy aura build? Then I probably go for like endurance, for example. Or recognition, yeah. And we got these at level 10. Okay, that's actually gonna be interesting then, I guess. Oh my god, where'd this guy go? Wait, what? Where? It's a bit clunky to use, I feel like you have to always like remove first, you can't overwrite and stuff like that. But I mean, it's fine. Do I want a different setup for this? Have like a shield on the skill swap? Maybe? Sure. There is Inquisitor Martyr tools. Oh, there's like a build creator. Interesting. That's cool. Right, this makes way more sense. Like, you just put all the buffs on one of them, and then you, yeah, true. You don't need misfortune. Wait, okay. Let's put. Oh, there's also telekinesis. I didn't even see that. What the fuck? Can be target on/off. Provides movement speed and the ability to bypass traps and mines. What? Removes the warp heap cost. Wait, can we toggle it on and off? Okay, we put this like here then, don't we? Like just toggle it on and like have it have no warp cost, like what? Don't you want it always on then? Oh no, using any other... Nah, never mind. Nah, I can't read. I cannot read. I cannot. Last 90. Oh no, these are like at 135 now. Okay, maybe I want all of them to have like the same duration. Then I can just be like very lazy. Like every 90 seconds I swap and like turn on all abilities again, right? Makes sense. Okay, what do I have here? Shockwave, deal warp damage around the character within a 6-meter radius. Cooldown 1 second. Crush. Long range single target attack that deals warp damage. Sure. Let's try that as well. 3 seconds. Increase power effectiveness. Right. 49 DPS. That's gonna be more DPS, right? But I will need more warp heat to use. I mean... Increase area of effect. Alright, let's try this setup. Seems cool. There's a serious lack of heretic purging in here. Yep. Visit the Chernobog system, okay. How's the game doing so far? That's interesting. It has very different approaches than like your usual RPG.
This is Meta Surgeon Agrippa. Your request can allow our...
Like it certainly is interesting. Let's say that. That's for sure. It's very different. I think it's like if you get it like on a sale like below $10, it's definitely like worth checking out. Full price, I'm not so sure about that, but it has some very interesting ideas. Pending rewards, right? Oh yeah, maybe I should also hog you rewards. Yeah, holy shit. Okay. Oh my god, please stop it. Yes, okay. Wait, I want something like, movement speed, right? That's for sure. Energy shield gain on hit, I don't know. Let's just try stuff here, right? I don't know, like which are the best, but we'll see. I should go back to the book though. Where is the book? Let's go back to the command bridge for now. It's $70 with DLCs. I got the base game for like $8, something like that, or $9. I do not have the DLCs though. And if you don't like the base game, then maybe like don't buy the DLCs anyway. So like check out the base game first, I don't know. Gain damage dealt by this power, gain is shield charge. I have no idea what it means, but we can try it out, I guess. I want to give different buffs to this stuff, right? So here we have movement speed when blessing is active. Here we have... Wait, can I just stack the movement speed? Oh, this one makes it reserve more warp heat. I mean, let's check out if we can stack the movement speed. Wasn't there like a dot mastery? Dot doesn't work on this. So like... Wait, why do I have this one here as well? What the fuck? What is foreboding? Self buff, gained fizz damage, projectile spread is reduced by 4 degrees. That's like good for shotgunning, I guess. Okay, let's try the setup. Let's actually play the game now.
Ah, we speak at last.
Yo, G4, welcome on, thanks for the follow. You bet some more story in the first DLC? Yeah, true. The first DLC does also have story. The second one is class only, the first one is class and story. You feel like watching Battlefield Gothic Armada launch trailer every 30 minutes or so will it really help this game? Alright, so we have
Inquisitor.
some lore. So W, R, right click, and then we skill swap. And now we do what? Press Q.
Price I pay for power.
We have this. And now I have like no more warp beat. Maybe I've like overloaded myself with like all the auras slightly. How do I reduce my warp heat? And I'll just be like walking through everything anyway, I guess, but
Inquisitor, if you don't mind me asking, why are you so sure this Kaya's Thorn could help your investigation?
He is a space marine, a legendary defender of the Imperium. It makes him the most important member of Constantine's threat.
I feel like I should probably like crank up the difficulty again a little bit at
As
least.
it seems,
But like a standard one is
must have
just
been very close to the Lord Inquisitor, and he could
kinda
have
easy.
knowledge of important details.
Okay, where do we go? How do I fix my like warp heat problem?
Cleanse me of my sins.
Yo, Ground Zero, welcome on. Where am I going? The main archives?
Good, you're back.
Seems
Seems good. Yo, each one, thanks so much for the resub. 30 months already, holy moly. Thank you so much for the continued support. How are you doing? Welcome on, welcome on. Oh, yeah, right, we should like use our wind devil as well. Do we fight this guy? Did we just blast him away? Alright, he has been blasted. Where's the main objective? Where am I going? Oh, the wrong way, I guess. Shouldn't this one like regen me? Should have also put Fiery Form on the second bar and like Precognition the primary bar, right? What am I doing?
Inquisitor, I have completed the task you gave me. There is no trace of the Martyr anywhere in the logbooks of my ship. This ship is ancient and has traveled everywhere in the sector, and still, nothing.
I suspect. It was worth a try.
Left click out targets to
I
remove warp
wish I
heat.
had the treasured logbook of my rogue trader clan. It has been in the possession of my
I see.
family since my ancestor received the warrant of trade.
It's kind of like Diablo 3 resource system in a way
It
now.
has disappeared when the Inquisitorial Purge destroyed the clan headquarters.
I mean, the only thing that like warp heat does to you is like if you're using a skill while being at 100% warp heat, you take damage, right? I mean, that is of course like a big negative, but that could be worse, right?
Dude, my warp is like still absolutely fucked, like even if I do that.
Inquisitor, our Arga readings have suddenly
Big milestone
spiked to
passed last
alarming
night. I was
levels.
able to migrate the
You've
league
reached the
database to a new
center of the
service.
chaos
Nice,
infestation.
very nice, very nice.
Stay alert.
That is pretty porg. That is pretty porg.
Witness the glory of the Emperor. Recoil, unclean.
You're in the archives, Inquisitor. Try to find a cogitator that can grant you access to the...
Alright, I need to switch the setup here a bit. Also unlocks psychic runes for your skills to lower warp heat. Yeah, I do have those actually already, I think. I went for more damage so far, but maybe that's like not needed on this difficulty. And maybe also better gear would just give me like better stuff. So what are the other... So there's warp bound armor. This one right here. This one gives you like another skill slot. Eighth of Walker gives you the teleport. And then this one... Empyrean armor does what? Conjures an immobile aura that stops time for 30 seconds. The Psyker can move normally, but enemy is like a slow aura basically. Okay, cool. So you either have another skill slot, you have a teleport, or like a slow aura. Okay. I mean, sure, why not? Seems fine. Biomatic sword or force sword. I feel like these swords on a class like this, like, does it really matter even?
Ah, we speak at last.
Yo, Tazosaurus, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Okay, let's go and sell all the other crap. Pretty much all of this. And I do want to set up my skills a little bit differently, right? I don't mind having the teleport, like that's actually pretty cool. I think that's like worth an entire skill slot. That is totally fine. But I do want to put the fiery form here, and I want to put the precognition one over, over here. And then when it comes to passives, could unlock something new in psychic combat, for example. Symbiosis. It's like a heal for allies, I guess. Damage conversion, armor breaking, armor piercing, knockback. It's like physical stuff basically. Slow. Okay. Okay, so you kind of like turn these kind of auras into like, I mean, effects into auras. Do like kind of like a support build. That's cool, that's cool. Do I want triple movement speed on all three? I don't know. Maybe? You got a sword type that has a teleport as its skill. Oh, I didn't get it yet, I guess, but it sounds good, yeah. Oh yeah, we're gonna find the Magus Biologist again on one of these three guys. One of these three. Wait, you still can't change the difficulty, right? Still only tutorial. Oh no, here you can. What was it? I was playing on extreme the last time for the most part, I think. Let's try it a bit. The Aether Sword. Yeah, I don't think I have one yet.
Inquisitor, according to the coordinates you found, this area is one of the potential locations where your Magus Biologus could be. And it seems you've also got company.
So be it then.
Inquisitor, the rebellious forces of the Astra Militarium have taken over the area, and they're fighting with the loyal Imperial Guards. The rebels have surrounded the colony where the Magus Biologus might be holed up, and their mortars attack the Imperial fort
does
with
seem a little bit
artillery
squishier
fire.
than the other one.
I've just walked straight into a...
I'll say that. So what the fuck are
seems
these
like
like
I'll take
warp
care of
storms
the
here?
rebel
Like what the fuck is
first.
happening? Is this like a Psyker thing as well? Like whenever I overheat, like those things happen or something? Maybe. Maybe that's what's happening, right? Psychic phenomena. Yeah, seems like every map is spot every when you're playing a Psyker. Did my heat? My warp heat is like so scuffed though. Like holy shit. Like look at this. Wait, it decays so slowly? Oh my god.
The Imperial Navy has launched Marauder bombers as a counterattack. They will bomb the entire area. Find cover.
Find cover, she says. Oh, lol. Oh. Wait, what? I didn't even see it. Okay, I was not really like looking at my screen either, but... Wait, what? Oh my god. Really? Oh. Oh, that's the projectile? Wait, where's the sound effect? Hello? Oh, did I actually like die into warp heat?
The Marauder bombers have retreated. You are safe to proceed.
So be it then. have deactivated the first mortar. Don't you dare to turn our weapons against us.
And how do you fix this warp heat problem? This is insane. Yeah, but it's only like one skill, right? If you use this, then yeah, it gets reduced. But it's pretty. Like, I don't want to use that skill actually. I don't like it.
Cleanse me of my sins.
Oh my god, I ran into a mine. Dude, the freaking teleport needs like so much health as well, like so much warp stuff. Oh my god. Ran straight into the mine, okay. Yeah, this is... I'm playing like way more careless. Way less careful than on the Crusader. And thus I'm dying way more. Like, this difficulty wasn't really hard in Crusader, but I think it's mainly because I'm just playing like fully reckless mode right now. Freaking teleport is like baiting me hard. I need to wait for my cooldowns on these. Can't really do much before that.
Teleport beacon in range.
I should probably go for like more...
Good, you're back.
But you have to like hit stuff with your ability as well, otherwise it doesn't reduce the warp heat. Oh my god, stop it, stop it, stop it, no, 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 no. Even more careless, Monka, yeah.
Second mortar deactivated. That will teach our lesson to this.
MH Milona, thanks so much for the prime. Welcome back to the Bloomers, 7 months already. Welcome back, welcome back. Much appreciated support. Where'd we go? Let's go this way. Perks. Ah, I should probably change that one.
I spoke too soon, Inquisitor. The Marauder bombers are launching a second wave of bombardments.
Dude, we're like stuck on default attacking here again because of the freaking warp stuff front.
Will eat me alive.
Like, I have to play pew pew. There's no other way.
So be it.
Like, I can't use skills. Otherwise I just... like, I instantly like overheat. Dude, these Marauder bomber projectiles are so hard to see, and like... I don't know. Oops. Alright, we found the guy.
The price I pay for power.
The Marauder bombers have retreated again. This time, they are leaving the area for good.
The next time there's an area strike.
Rest or damage? I mean, there's rest and damage, yeah. There's also other stuff. You have like 3 different... Monka.
Time for payback.
What is this? Holy fuck. Oh my god, why am I even using skills? Hitting myself. This is currently just kill yourself build. I can't use active skills, man. It's impossible. Oh, what the fuck?
So be it.
Are you fucking kidding me? What even hit me? I don't even see it. Am I blind? I'm so fucking blind, right? I have to be. It's supposed to burn the heretics, not yourself. Yeah, the Psyker is burning himself like crazy.
The last mortar is down.
Ah, that was embarrassing.
Against the Imperial Guard now.
Fire once it spawn under your heat auras. Pyrokinetic stuff. Force stuff. Alright, I'm gonna try out the pyro stuff, I think. Because if this one has at least like an AoE on its like left click, that would be a lot nicer. Health regen. Let's try to... let's go a bit more defensive, or like, let's go like regen instead of all this movement speed. And then let's try out the perk, right? What was it here? Damage bonus every attack, psychic power buff. Damage bonus of psychic powers, every equipped damaging psychic power. Grenades, increased chance of beneficial warp anomalies. Well, I don't know. Maybe try this one. Maybe? Question mark. Three buffs and low levels tend to end up in a few city deaths. Yeah. I guess that's what's happening right here as well. Alright, let's not embarrass ourselves too much again. I only played the game until the tutorial is over, so gear will remain boring.
Inquisitor, this is the second location where your Magus
toxic.
Biologus could be. Unfortunately, the area is swarming with hostiles.
Now you are gone.
Wait, oh, they're reserving too much. Right, I should not use this many. This many auras, definitely not. Probably always want to be like at least in the yellow zone, otherwise you get like all these warp anomalies around you all the time. Yeah.
My ears are bleeding. I must stop this Emperor of the thing.
What are those? See, these anomalies are kind of monka. You don't know what they do. Because my buffs ran out and I like instantly... Maybe the fire aura isn't like that great.
Cleanse of my sin.
Yeah, Psykers are... It's kind of funny. Also, Psykers are like very similar to like Arcanists in Grim Dawn, like lore-wise in a way. Because they're like using the power of the warp, you know, in a way. Like trying to use them, like trying to control the warp and not get controlled by the warp. It's kind of like how Arcanists and like the Ethereals are interconnected. Like Arcanists like opening the rifts to the ethereal world and like tapping into ethereal power. And these kind of like do the same with like the warp. I mean, yeah, as I said, like Grim Dawn lore is unironically like very Warhammer inspired.
This is
Okay, cool. Okay, so I just have like too many auras, so like my auras are... They have like too much reservation right now. So I need to rescale them to have like less reservation. It's kind of scuffed right now. There's a reason why your first Grim Dawn class was an Arcanist Warlock Pinata. Yeah, I mean that's kind of like a Psyker in 40k, I guess. Like very similar to that. Okay, so these... Oh, they make you reserve more warp heat here. Makes sense, makes sense. Okay, let's just try this then. What does this one do? Plus 0.5, plus 0. I actually want... Oh, I can have two now, right? Ah, yeah. Wait. The movement speed doesn't need anything. Warp resistance also doesn't need anything. The max regen... I could try this. What do I have here now? Do I have new skills as well? How do you get new skills for the level ups maybe? Level up. Okay, we got a telekine dome. Creates a 6-meter radius force dome that moves with the caster Allies under the dome have 30% supreme damage reduction bonus against range attacks. The bonus does not apply against attackers inside the dome. That's cool. That's like another blessing. Wait, I could just... Where is it? Sure, let's use this. I could just use like a Force Staff here instead of that, right? And have like a Force Staff and an Inferno Staff. Use the Inferno Staff for like normal combat, and the other stuff for the other things. And we put this aura here as well, and we're gonna fuck ourselves over, probably. Oh no, this is not an aura. What am I doing? This is not even an aura. Nah, I can't really like use more auras right now. Okay, Force. Suppression damage bonus when above 75% heat. What do I have here? Seconds to inoculate your effect duration. Psi focus. Damage against demons, blah blah blah. Alright. Max class resource regeneration per point. And the max warp heat. Oh, that also seems kinda good. But for now I guess I wanna like reach these perks first. More passives. I think I want this, don't I? Or maybe like actual defense and stuff like that. Physical resistance, heat resistance, warp resistance. Just like more health. After playing the Psyker in our RPG group for 7 years and the Wizard in another RPG group for many years, Mage has always been your first character in any RPG we make. Nice. You are a Wizard, Harry. I mean a Wizard Sledging rather. Ah, shit. Yeah, I wish you already had, like, support unlocked. I wish you knew... I think it's... Okay. I think, like, depending on, like, which kind of Psyker or, like, which kind of Crusader and which kind of, like, Assassins you play, right? You get, like, different passive tree unlocked first and others you have to, like, unlock later. And I wish... you, like, knew which one of these you have unlocked already, like, in the main menu when you're, like, choosing your class, because that's, like, actually way more important and, like, way more build defining than, like, knowing which kind of, like, starting pistol you're using, right? That seems like whatever compared to this. This is way more important. I don't get it. Why is it like that? Why is it like that? Like, for example, here, this kind of warp heat stuff would be so nice to have right now, honestly. But I can't, because it's just locked. But if I chose a different, like, kind of Psyker, then I guess this one would have been unlocked already. So, like, choosing the Psyker that has this unlocked at the start is probably, like, a lot better than this one, which has, like, melee combat. Like, imagine playing melee as a Psyker, like, how do you even do that? I mean, I guess you can, but... aren't you, like, gonna be, like, super squish? I haven't seen like stuff that really like makes you tanky so far. I guess maybe the bubble and so on. You can probably like make some kind of tanky Psyker in the end. Maybe. I don't know. But you're not. I mean, I guess it depends like what kind of weapons you can use, because like so far, the stuff that I saw, like you're always using just like one, like a gun and a sword, or like a staff and a sword. You never like use a sword in your main hand so far. Like sword has always been like an offhand thing. But can you use pistol and or like dual swords? No, you can't use. You can't use dual pistols actually. It's funny. Wait, let me just buy like a cheap one real quick here. I just want to like see how the setup is. Like you can't even equip this, right? You can only have it in your offhand. Like, what is this? You can have pistol in main hand. You can have like pistol, sword. I don't know, it seems kind of weird to me. Like, if you can only play pistol, sword, or like staff, sword, how are you supposed to play like an actual melee caster? I mean, maybe there's a way, but I don't really see it so far. But yeah, I mean, for the guy asking about like resistances, I mean, there are resistances. Of course, like there's physical, warp, and like warp being basically something like chaos / aether, and heat, which is like fire. Oh, plus warp heat, nice. Warp heat being basically like plus energy in this case, like resource. Biomancy is kind of melee. I mean, yeah, if you go into like heavy into biomancy, like only like all the auras. But still, like you need like a damaging, like compared to like a crusader or like an assassin, I guess. I don't know. Like, don't you want like?
Who are you, Thorn?
Do you do poison damage? It depends on the skill that you're using, right? Still depends on that, I guess. Oh, bio-lightning is poison damage. Wait, didn't it say warp damage? Maybe it didn't. Oh. Whoops.
I need...
Good, you're back.
Yo, so just welcome back to the Bloomers. Thank you so much for the 15 months. Much appreciate the support. How are you doing, man? Welcome on, welcome on. Alright, now we can just quick travel here. Nice. Finally. How's this game? It's honestly pretty interesting overall. I feel like
My assumptions were correct.
story is actually decent. I mean, it gets carried by Warhammer lore, of course. But it's still like kind of decent. Wait, why do I have a shield? Oh, because of this item, I guess. I mean, it has definitely like deeper skill customization than a game like Diablo 3, that's for sure. Like, it's way more interesting than, say, playing Diablo 3, in my opinion. Like, 100%. But then again, like, almost every game is, right? Oh, this is the bio lightning.
The price I pay for power. The price I pay for power.
What is this research sanctum exactly, Inquisitor?
It belongs to one of the specialist divisions of the...
And yeah, the mage class actually has some decent, like, skill
It
trees and so
surely
on.
has nothing to do with the whole complex being weirdly abandoned.
Careful, Captain. You're being sarcastic. Die, heretic! The price I pay for power. The war will eat me alive.
The board? Oh no.
The price I pay for power.
I think Space Nun is basically like a bit more interesting version of Crusader. Like, weapons are still just like very basic, like weapons, just like on the Crusader. Which, I mean, you need like a, you know, like a basic soldier class as well, and like, and Crusader's kind of like, if you look at Grim Dawn classes, Crusader's pretty much like a soldier plus demolitionist. That's pretty much what the Crusader is in this game. Like a commando in a way. Like the basic.
You have visitors. They seem to target the cogitator.
And I will do my best.
This guy is basically like an arcanist.
Is it over? Has the cogitator survived the encounter?
Do I still have to?
It could be evidence in my investigation, after all.
Space Nun is Crusader with wings. Yeah. I mean, she should have like some more like holy... I mean, Space Nuns are never Psykers.
Do you have any
like,
idea how these tech
you
priests
can
could
never have
helped
like
Lord
psychic powers as a
Klosterheim?
Space Nun.
The Martyr.
But you should have like holy... They can like usually like do miracles and stuff like that. Like kind of some kind of like basically holy magic.
How are you planning to proceed if they're all dead?
Their orders. If they have found anything useful, it'll be.
Okay.
Incoming gas attack. Time to leave this lovely place. Done. The stench will go.
Like these point and click AoE explosion abilities as default attacks are just like a bazillion times stronger than the other like single target stuff, I feel like.
Cleanse of my sin.
Because the other one you have to like kind of like aim like an actual projectile, you know, which is like okay, like kind of balanced, I feel like. And this one is just point and click to explode the screen, like what?
So be it.
But yeah, I mean, discrepancy in power
Inquisitor,
levels between
the
like
hostiles are wreaking havoc
weapons.
on the corridors.
I feel like it's unfortunately a recurring theme in this game. At least early, it seems like that's how it is. But I mean, looking at your comments that you said like last time as well, with the shotgun, for example, also being like really good endgame, like, yeah, it seems to be like a theme of this game, unfortunately, that balance isn't like in the best spot. Jump pack is cool, yeah, I mean, on Crusader, I feel like the balance is In this class you have like teleport or like another skill slot. I think that's like really nice. The time warp thing, I don't know how powerful that one is. It might be really good as well, I don't know. On the Crusader, the turrets seemed fine earlier, but I mean you guys are saying it doesn't scale with you and like seem to just get like die later on as well already. Like at level 30 already just died. And the ability from the like
Inquisitor, another wave is
rocket launcher
approaching.
guy
I'll make sure the Crusader survives this injury.
seemed kind of terrible as well, to be honest. So in Crusade it was like, yeah, use jump pack or uninstall the game basically. That's how it felt at least to me, I don't know. The other two were shit. It seems a lot better on the Psyker. I say that like only using the teleport thing, but there is an assassin class, yeah. I'll try the assassin class probably on Thursday.
The plot thickens, Captain.
I just want to like try the 3 classes that I have access to without
I really don't like the
DLCs,
way you said that.
just to like see how they play.
Working for the 10 priests until we spawn.
Which means I'm not gonna really like dive into Endgame, but
To take out this
maybe at some point later.
Considering that we're grasping for leads on a
then
mythical
on the
ship
weekend
that
I'm gonna
shouldn't
play,
even
Last
exist,
Epoch,
this is
actually.
not disturbing at all. So what next?
Well, this
Since I did
infiltration
get like
team needs
an
that,
like an invite to
I'll
the
hunt him down and ask him some questions. I'm sure he'll be willing
to the
to
PvP
cooperate.
testing
And we
stream
need those
basically.
tech priests alive, if they are
I mean
still
PvP, I'm
alive.
saying like the
At
multiplayer
least one
testing
of them
stream.
should be alive. The instructions I found.
Whether or not I'm actually gonna play
Very
multiplayer though, I don't know about that, but it's still gonna be like on their servers, and some mechanics might be like different as well. And there are tons of like changes to 0.9 patch as well for Last Epoch. How many of those exactly are gonna be in the build that we're gonna play on the weekend, I don't know yet, but we'll see. That was the boss. Oh. Didn't see him there. Oops. Chest, bad chest.
Mission accomplished.
Alright, mission accomplished, blah blah blah. Good job, good job, good job. On the Space Knight class you have some banner thing and the wing ability you can charge up has a duration. Like it. Okay. So we can use Inferno pistols. Rosario's force field. Psychic power unlocked spontaneous combustion long range attack as against single enemy. It gains 1000% damage bonus against burning targets. If the target is killed, it explodes, dealing AoE heat damage to enemies within 5 meters, causing burning. Okay. So we got 2 more passive points here. That should like give me 20% damage bonus on all Psyker weapon skills, I guess. And now what? We do like go for, I don't know, Visitorist maybe? So I have this new ability here. I might want to check it out instead of like maybe this one. And here we can have more suppression, more damage, more power. Okay, cool. I also have a sail. Slow projectile with a knockdown and a knockback. Long range attack that deals kinetic damage in a 2-meter wide streak and destroys cover. Okay. I mean, I don't know. Might be interesting as well. No idea. You can have this one have bleed damage as well. Also unlocked Hemorrhage. Hemorrhage is a bleed. Okay, so both of these are like physical damage times, right? Whoops. Sail is like a physical dot. This one you can play as like physical dot. Long range AoE attack that deals physical damage in a 6-meter radius and causing heavy bleeding. Yeah. So you could play like physical cards with these two. Do I want to do that though? Not sure. Maybe I'll try it later. Let's check out the items we got. Got a stun grenade here. I mean, do you really want to give up a skill slot though? And you don't really want to do that. Purity seal, sure. Oh, there it is. The Aether Blade that you were talking about. Wait, I need like a one-handed staff real quick. Or like a force rod, right? Something like this. And then we equip second slot, we equip this and that. Okay, so then you could play like this from ability instead of like this from ability, or like on top.
Your Space Marine
Reporting for duty.
What?
Alright, let's check it out. Let's check out all the skills. Pretty pork actually, not gonna lie. Oh, and this one doesn't need warp stuff, right? Because it's a deep attack. That's OP as fuck. Okay. Yeah, as I said, like once again, like some weird imbalance between weapon types. I feel like what is this? Hello? How's this balanced? It even has like a knockback on this guy, apparently.
Gas trap. Not a boring day at all. Free again. Violence forming everywhere.
But now if I want my like movement ability, like new movement ability on the E to like go to key bindings and reassign them instead of like being able to put my skills freely where I want them to be, right? That's annoying. Stuff like that, I don't know. Oh, I should like stand inside here, right? Yeah, I like it so far. I like it, I like it. Oh, I didn't collect the other stuff? Oh my god, what am I doing?
Have my tech priest deal with this. I will rip your mind to shreds. The price I pay for power.
Do I have to play all the Warhammer series up to 40,000 to get into it? Or are the previous 39,999 games not worth it? Welcome in, Alien Ant. How are you, man? To be honest though, like most Warhammer games, I don't know, like they're most of the time not actually good games. And I feel like this game, it's not like terrible. Definitely not. But I feel like it also could be like way better than it is. Like just overall like quality wise. But it's not a bad game, I think. It's okay. It's not worth the like whatever $50 they want for this game, but if you get it like on a sale, it's actually fine, I think.
Rather have my tech priest deal with this.
What the fuck?
The price I pay for power.
I mean, Dawn of War is a good Warhammer game, but other than that, I don't know any, to be honest. Have I ever played DOS? I have not yet, no. I do have the game though, actually. But I haven't played it yet, no. We got a Firestorm and a Molten Beam now. Some deals. Or a channel. Dealing heat damage. And a Firestorm long range AoE attack that heals. Okay, okay. do I have an armor that like allows me to use another skill slot? Because I think I just want to use a... like Inferno Rod, maybe?
We have analyzed the cogitated data.
Do we have anything?
We do.
No Inferno Rod? Really? Monka. Shit. Oh, there's also telekinetic rod. What does this one do? Kinetic blast that penetrates and knocks back multiple targets. Okay. Let's try that and this. We basically play this, and then we use a different chest. Which she... Okay, let's not play that yet then, I guess. Once we get a different, like an actual, like, okay, usable chest, we can play this setup. So we can play the pyro stuff here for now and just like put the stuff over here. And then we can switch over to like a little bit of a different setup. What do we have here? Damage bonus for 20 seconds. Crit chance, damage bonus for 500 seconds, movement speed and CR. Sure, let's put this one here. Absorbent, restores suppression on use. Oh, I can also put this here, right? Relic, Aether Blade. What relic ability does it have? HP of missing... percent of HP missing restored on a demon kill. I mean... it doesn't seem like crazy amazing, but... better than nothing, I guess. You can choose a second perk. Movement speed when in protected suppression state. I mean, that seems really nice. Really nice. Damage bonus for every active psychic power buff. I think I want that, right? And then passives, we're gonna go into... Wait, this one I just have all the time, right? This is... I don't even have... like, I don't have to, like, activate this or something, right? Like, as long as I have this passive, it's just active, right? There's movement speed here. One of the relic abilities you reroll. Yeah. Seems like it. Okay, 3% less damage taken from that as well. Okay, so skill setup. I might want to use... It costs 44 heat. What if I use a molten beam like here, and then like firestorm here, and then spec firestorm to have vulnerability? Damage of this power, gain this shield charge. Okay. You're welcome, Tatianto. Yeah, I don't really have any like beginner stuff for this game, as you might have thought. Shit, what about that? Okay, does this one pierce through or? Oh, it does. Very small AoE, but it does pierce through. Wait, it's this small?
The wolf will eat me alive.
Dude, who the fuck made this skull? How is it so tiny? It's like tinier than like a las pistol. What the fuck?
Cleanse me of my sins.
Okay.
Cleanse me of my sin. The price I paid. So be it.
Dude, where the fuck are the enemies? Like, you can't see them. Oh god, the warp. No.
I am the sanctioned blade. For the Emperor.
Monka. Where am I? Don't open up supply chests. Oh, right. You need to actually do that. Like, what is that mechanic though? Like, how do you unlock? But yeah, you're right. There was like something that you unlock by like opening supply chests. It's so weird. You open up like a passive tree by unlocking supply chests. That is actually a thing.
Kill the heretic.
Okay, so this one is like, I don't know. Seems like absolute garbage. Yeah, okay, I can see like this setup right here with the sword and the staff being really, really cool. I mean, every RPG has like some kind of balance problem, right? Like literally all of them have balance problems. Some more, some less. And not always is a balance problem like an actual problem, I guess. My main issue right now, for example, this fight is I can't see shit. I can't, like, I have to literally look on the red, like on the red dots of the map to see the enemies. Like, you don't see the enemies. At least I can't. It's so hard for me to, like, see the enemies, actually. It's not like, I mean, PoE, you have, like, tons of visual clutter, right? But you still see the enemies, even though it looks terrible, but they're at least, like, glowing, you know? In this game, it's so hard to see them, in my opinion. Might be also like a warp heat. I mean, yeah, that too. Like, oh, this was a kill all enemies quest? Oh, why? I missed one here and one here, are you kidding me? Oh my. Oh, burn the heretic. Not a single one is allowed to survive, I guess. Makes sense, makes sense. What the fuck? Yeah. This weapon is so broken, like what does the skill do? It has movement and like knockdown and more damage than the other swords? Like how is this fair? It's so weird. Infrared or thermal setting? Replaces the marker on the character's feet with more contrasted ones. Strong highlights. Thermal vision. Makes enemies more visible and contrasted by giving a reddish... Ooh. Tactical mode? What is tactical mode? I mean, okay, let's try it out. This is like when you hover over them at least, I guess. I see. And it certainly makes it easier to see the enemies. It adds visual clutter, like, yeah, it's like going back to PoE. But yeah, it does definitely help seeing the enemies easier, like more easily. With an 8% damage reduction, damage bonus for the shockwave sonic power. I mean, I'd rather play shockwave over this like weird lava beam, that's for sure. Chance of heat vulnerability on heat damage dealt. That's pretty good though as well. Damage reduction when surrounded, reflect damage, chance to reset binoculars, cooldown on kill. But this one just has like way more base health, right? I mean, this one is also like just better, I guess. Yeah. Cooldown reduction for skills. Way more health. Chance to use inoculator for free. Interesting. I mean, I don't know about good, but definitely interesting. Another chance to use it for free. Huh.
Have the
Okay, let's change this skill setup here real quick once again. We get this one at level 20. Okay. This one I really didn't like that much. What does Enfeeble do? Long range AoE power that deals no damage but slows or stuns enemies in a 6-meter radius. Okay. Wait, I had something that buffs my, like, Lightning Killer's Tempest, right? %, more damage on the Shockwave. Shockwave, right here. This one has... Yeah, I guess this is fine. What am I doing? Just click on travel to next location, right? Okay. Ah, shit, I didn't check for the other chest. Oh well.
so be it. The war will eat me alive.
Yeah, okay, now it's like really easy to see enemies, but Kinda feels like cheating compared to like how you saw them before. You're just activating thermal vision. I mean, you kinda have to play like this, right? Like everything else is just shooting yourself in the foot to not play like this. The warp is overtaking me. It is a good thing. Or maybe not. Because of the like warp mechanic though, I am using depot attacks, or like the equivalent of that. A little too much for mage class, I feel like. I mean, it should be better when you're using a sword. What the fuck? Legendary Aether Blade. Right, it's the same Redx skill? Come on. What the fuck? What the fuck? Getting the same reg part twice in a row, yeah, I don't know. Why is he so slow? Ding. %45 damage bonus for channeled skills, yikes. Death Augury, a protective ward that on taking lethal damage prevents death and heals the character to 50% and 50% suppression. Well, it's like cheap death, but it has an aura. Maelstrom, channeled AoE attack that deals continuous warp damage to enemies and a 6-meter radius around the console regardless of cover. Okay. Adds vulnerability stack to the target base and the damage type of the crit. Do I even crit right now? Heat... Wait, what?
Warp heat dissipation perk, -2 warp heat on kill. That's actually okay. I feel like. That might be actually interesting. %20 damage reduction in cover. But I mean, imagine standing in cover, right? I don't know about that. -8% to any incoming damage that would be lethal. I mean, it's not bad, of course. %20 skill damage reduction from armor. Wait, that's just good, I guess. Dodge from force swords. Okay, I mean, perks like this do make like other sword types interesting enough again, maybe to be worth using. Verdwayne stuff. Verdwayne Seekers. Interesting. What does this one do?
Captain.
I think the skill setup seemed fine so far. Let's get to level 20 to unlock the third, like rune basically. I'm not sure if I should go back to extreme. Hard seems a little easy right now. Do I recommend this game? I think it's like a nice change of pace and like a very, very, very different approach to like an RPG. The overall quality of the game feels sometimes pretty okay actually, sometimes very weird, like kind of low for certain things, like certain sound effects and like certain graphic textures that's sometimes like just bad, I don't know why, like really bad, and sometimes it's actually pretty good, so it feels more hack and slash and less theorycraft. And it's still more theorycraft than say Diablo 3 in my opinion. But yeah, it's less theorycraft than like Rondon or Path of Exile, that's for sure. I would say the full price is very steep for this game. The, what is it, like $60 or $50 full price is very, very steep. I mean, I got it for like $9 or something like that. I would recommend it for like $10, yeah. Also, it does save your characters, so it has that over Wilson. Like, it's still not the same meme as Wilson. It's actually like not that terrible. And I feel like the classes actually like they do play pretty different. I mean, this class plays very different to the Crusader, that's for sure. So there's some decent class identity already, like better than in Grim Dawn, for example, I would say. I mean, Grim Dawn is kind of low on class identity, or like somewhere in the middle, I would say. If you like take something like Diablo 3 or Diablo 2 like as a high tier like class identity game, and like something like Path of Exile as a low tier class identity game, I would say this one is rather where Diablo 3 is than where Path of Exile or Grim Dawn are. Balance feels a little weird. Like, also, what the fuck is this? This shield looks like so different now on this map, actually. Might be some like weird texture, glare, overlap stuff happening here. I mean, I do also have like the thermal vision active, which makes all enemies glow red, which feels a bit like cheating, to be honest. On the other hand, it is like way easier to like see enemies like this. And I mean, you see them anyway on the minimap, right? But before I was like more often than not. But if I remove thermal vision here, you will see that it will be like a lot harder to like actually see enemies, right? Like these are like on the map, sure, super easy to spot, but like on the actual like in the actual game, like kind of hard sometimes, like very, very dark, like no real outline. And I wish the thermal vision did like only a red outline, but instead of like gives them like a PoE style glow on the entire character, as if these are like elites in PoE, you know, which is a bit annoying in my opinion again, but it does make it like a lot easier to see the enemies, and I don't know, kind of feels like you have to play with this on. Okay, that's for like $5 and Battle Sister DLC for like 15. Yeah, I don't have any DLCs, but yeah. The first DLC adds the Tech Priest class, which is very much like a totem slash pet build, you could say, like with all the turrets and like stuff you can spawn. It's very much like a kind of like a pet class, to be honest. And then the second one, the Sister DLC, only adds these like Space Nun Sisters. They're pretty cool as well, kind of like a bit like the Crusader class, but like with more holy powers and wings and stuff like that. So yeah. And the Psyker class at least has like an actual proper... Oh, it's also targeting this guy. So the Psyker class has an actual like... Does it have like an actual skill tree? I mean, I would say this is like a... Oh, you can't see it here, it's only see it in the main like hub basically. This class at least has like, say, a Diablo 3 style like skill customization, or like Volson style skill customization, where you have like skills that you like get after a certain amount of levels, just like in Diablo 3 for example, and then you can basically like put in runes like in Diablo 3 as well, and then those are like your skills on the bar apart from like your main skill. But other than that, usually in this game, like apart from the left click skill rather, apart from that, usually skills in this game are determined by like the weapons that you're wielding, which coming from other RPGs feels a bit more limiting, but for like a Warhammer game, like a 40k game, it also does actually make like a lot of sense. But as this is transformed into an angel, yeah, really crazy. And I mean, yeah, if you're like a Warhammer fan, like a 40k fan, you know the lore, I think the game is actually pretty good. Like, also the story is decent. The stuff is pretty lore accurate, it seems like this, the different like Psyker classes, the different like
Here at the Protoss chat. Just stopping by to say hello and check out a little gameplay.
Yo, welcome on married guy. Thanks so much for the resub. 9 months already. That's a full-grown baby. Thanks so much for the Twitch, baby. Welcome back to the Bloomers. Much appreciate the support. Welcome back, welcome back. Like theme-wise and thematic-wise, I feel like this game is doing a really good job, and like when it comes to the systems, I think it's also doing like a decent job at like trying to combine like ARPG elements with like 40k elements. As I said, like it could be a bit deeper with like skill customization, especially for like non-Psyker classes. But other than that... And yeah, some sound effects and like some skill effects could also be better. Not like a AAA game after all. So like the price tag is a bit steep in my opinion. But yeah, I mean, better game than Wilson in my opinion. Okay, Wilson had like this bigger passive tree. Here you have like some other smaller passive trees, and they don't really like look that exciting, to be fair. But yeah, it's a decent like, it's a decent game overall. I feel like. I mean, the balance is kind of heck W, like on the different weapons. I feel like you just wanna like, unless you're like playing for a certain fantasy. Some weapons are just like objectively worse than others, it seems like. And if the balance was better, it would be better as well.
The price I pay for power.
Yeah. Better game than Wilson. In my opinion, like at least way more interesting game than Diablo 3 when it comes to like the approach. Theory crafting wise though, and like gear wise. It's not bad, but like not super deep either. Okay, we're not level 20 yet, right? We need one more level to unlock the third rune, basically. I didn't check out the Word Wayne's Daves yet, did I? Oops. Kinda wanted to do that, but I forgot. Talk to whom? Oh, this guy. And yeah, there's some crafting, like, you can like reroll affixes, you can like reroll values of affixes. So when it comes to like affix rerolling, it has more than Grim Dawn to offer. That's for sure. And affixes also are more interesting than, say, in Diablo 3 in my opinion. But that's also not a high bar. Are they more interesting than Grim Dawn? I don't know. At least you can reroll them.
I'm in.
Right, I should check out the other stuff real quick, what it does. Oh, wait.
Cleanse me of my sins.
It's more single target based. I mean... Not sure.
Off with you.
This one is just OP, like point and click and explode, like what the fuck. I don't think the sound effect is particularly good on this one either, for example. It looked a bit wonky. Does it feel like you're actually in a 40k universe or more like a paint job? I feel like it does actually feel like that. Like, decently. I'm not like... I mean, I've played Dawn of War before, but other than that, I'm not like super big in Warhammer. I mean, more so than maybe like the average PvE Andy, but not like... I don't have like any figurines or like anything like that. Like the only Warhammer fan stuff that I... Like the only Warhammer game that I played was like, you know, Dawn of War, and that's it. And because of Dawn of War I got a bit into the lore, but I've never like read any book or like I don't have any figurines or stuff like that. I've never like really played like actual Warhammer, like the board game. So I'm not like the best at like judging that, I guess. But I mean, like, fighting these Chaos Marines and like if you're a Psyker, like the warp like overtaking you when you're using too many warp skills. It's all pretty like lore accurate, I would say. Looks like it's made by you. I don't know. The game doesn't... Okay, it's maybe because of the thermal thing. It looks like worse than usual.
Gate closed. Deactivate the lockdown mechanisms on the sentry pillars.
You mean these two mechanical columns?
Correct. Warning. Manual override will activate the alarm system.
I don't know, I feel like once you get used to this... Okay, some textures actually look pretty bad, some others are okay. In my opinion.
Free again. Violence solves every problem.
I mean, Diablo 3 doesn't really like look good either nowadays, or like Last Epoch doesn't really look good either yet, in my opinion. Like some areas do, some others don't, so like compared to those games, this game is like no worse, in my opinion.
System activated.
The level design is, yeah... Like, you do have some different environments, but... Like, all the ship levels are more or less like, I mean, they look like a ship, either like Nurgle infected or like a little bit differently affected, right? This was released in 2018, yeah, but it's also like not a AAA, is it? I don't think it is. And Grim Dawn was released in 2016. I would say Grim Dawn overall like does actually look better though, like it, like everything like fits better together.
Proceed to the second
I mean, this,
sentry pillar.
I feel like the base game engine is probably looking better on this, but it's not quite as like coherent, you know, like visually as Grim Dawn is.
Alarm system activated.
Hello? Sound bug? Yeah, I'm fucking surprised what's happening.
Price I pay for power.
Second override sequence has been initiated. Lockdown terminated. Proceed to the gate.
Should I buy Grim Dawn Editions or Inquisitor Martyr? I mean, overall Grim Dawn is just a better game, like, there's no question about that.
A demon host? What have we been up to here, Tech?
Like the Forgotten Gods and
According to the records,
Ashes of Mammoth expansion are in my opinion like mandatory
subject broke security protocol and annihilated
for the full Grim Dawn experience. They're like really good.
Thus initiating lockdown protocols.
The Crucible you can skip. You don't need Crucible for like the full experience in my opinion, but if you just want like an additional endgame system, then you can also get the Crucible. Also I have to play this game on medium graphics. Like it might look better on like actual high graphics, but then like my graphic card is like overwhelmed when it comes to like the Steam encoding as well. The stream encoding rather. So yeah. It can look better if you like turn up the graphics. But then it's like unstreamable for me. And yeah, when it comes to optimization as well, like Grim Dawn is just like way better than this as well. Right, that was the boss. Ah shit, dude. And difficulty in this game. The game has like too many similarities with Diablo 3 in my opinion. Like the rune system and skill system of the Psyker is literally like skills in Diablo 3. Pretty much. The difficulty is literally like torment systems in Diablo 3, which means like they're too lazy to like balance their game. Actually, they're more like, yeah, here you go, Mr. Player, just balance the game yourself. Which is why, like, for example, this boss was on like a, I don't know, like a too low difficulty, which is why he died like in 2 shots basically. I don't know. I should have like picked this stuff, right? What am I doing? Oh my god. I didn't click on that. Yeah, if you have to choose, like, Grim Dawn X packs are just
Good,
like
you're back.
not even close to this. Like this game is not even close to Grim Dawn expansion packs. Yo, Mechanic Engineer, welcome back, welcome back. Thank you so much for the prime. 25 months already. 25 years? Thanks so much for the support, man. Welcome on. Alright, we have unlocked the 3rd slot here. Okay. I think if also I'm just gonna like put warp heat cost reduction on all of these. Over the movement speed. What the fuck does supreme warp resistance mean? Is it like different than warp resistance? And what's the difference between those two? How do you know? 40k is such an awesome franchise. Why is there only a few good games? Because it seems like only mediocre like developers want to work on like games for them, and also Games Workshop themselves that seem to just like give pretty much anyone who wants to make a game around their stuff like a license. Which is why you have like many mediocre games and like very few good ones like Dawn of War. Like Dawn of War 1 and I guess to a certain degree also Dawn of War 2. But I don't know. Pretty much all other Dawn of War, or like almost all other like 40k games are very mediocre. I guess the Space Marine one is fine if you like those kind of games. Or if you like, I mean, Total War Warhammer is a very good like fantasy game. Dark Tide, I guess, is a decent game if you like those kind of games, but I really don't care about those kind of games, to be honest. Legendary 4-star with 50% damage converted to warp. Interesting, interesting. Damage bonus for bleeding effects. Yo. I mean, these two items are good, but like they're not for my... I mean, not really like for what I want to play right now. Damage bonus for burning effects, that seems more like it. Chance to add heat vulnerability on burning skeleton. Yes, please. Did I get a good like skill slot armor? No. Didn't get like a single one really. Okay, we can also mass dismantle. I mean, many of these systems, as you can see, are very like Diablo 3 inspired. Like this mass dismantle, mass cell. I mean, it should be in Grim Dawn as well, though. Right? I mean, this stuff should be in Grim Dawn as well, in my opinion. Supreme damage reduction goes above 60. Oh yeah, okay, right. That also makes sense. Like you have defense, right? Physrus, Heatrus, Warprus. Like warp being something like Aether Chaos, heat being basically fire, and physical being, well, pretty much everything else. It's a bit light on the resistances, right? Like there's no code and no lightning resists. I guess everything lightning related is also warp damage. Everything code is, I don't know, it just doesn't exist maybe. There's no cold damage in this game. Yeah. You could say Grim Dawn is a bit bloated when it comes to damage types, but I don't know. They give anyone who wants to pay the right to use the license, kinda, yeah. There's an OS RPG in development. That seems pretty promising if you like Baldur's Gate style games. A Rogue Trader. Huh. Has anybody been playing Grim Dawn on a Steam Deck? Yes, it works. People have been making that one work. I don't know, maybe like someone has the link to the guy who like made it work, I don't know. This mission is gonna feel a lot easier on this difficulty, right? Like last time on the Crusader when I was playing this, I was playing on a way harder difficulty. Like not way harder, but like at least one difficulty higher than this, I think. And those like Chaos Sorcerers that we're gonna encounter a little bit later here. I had to like cheese him and use my guardsmen to actually kill those, right? Oh, you can make them go there. Seems to only work like half of the time. Physical poison, bleed, heat is fire, burn, warpers, everything else, yeah. Pretty much. Put down this, I guess. Psyker class feels very Diablo 3-like, honestly. Like, way more than the Crusader. Because of, first of all, like the skill tree system, like with the runes and so on, like how the skills unlock, etc, etc. And also with like this resource, like one spender, one regenerator, basically. It's very, very Diablo 3-like. Alright, purge the landing zone. Oh, what the fuck? I've been here before.
This is Lord Inquisitor Klosterheim speaking. I trust that you can hear me, but my current circumstances are not ideal for transmissions. I don't know who you are. I don't even know what you look like, so don't take this personally. But you are an Inquisitor, that much I gathered from the snippets of your Vox signal on the Inquisitorial channels. I must command you to leave the Martyr immediately. You have stumbled upon an investigation that has been sanctioned by the Caligari Conclave, and which might have a huge impact on Holy Terror. Your presence here might lead to unnecessary complications. Leave now, and may the Emperor be with you.
So be it.
Okay. Okay, where's the guy? Reborn War Master. Oh, that's not the actual guy that was here last time. Wait, does the Chaos Mage only spawn in high difficulty, or?
The price I pay for power.
Inquisitor, you can proceed with your priority assignment.
He doesn't spawn on this difficulty, what the fuck?
Analysis, you have eliminated 78.65% of the local hostile forces. The automatic defenses of your transport can easily handle the rest if needed.
So you had an idea about the
That's weird.
Beacons?
Correct. You need to find a functioning cogitator and access the teleport beacon map of the deck. Your chances of thoroughly exploring a fortress monastery this size are minuscule. You need to be able to avoid traveling long distances on foot.
I will rip your mind into shreds. The price I pay for.
Yeah, there's only like a renegade commanders here instead of like those fully fledged Chaos Space Marines. Fuck. What is this? Where's my content? That always actor and Brigador. Wait, who? Alright, maybe I should play like these on a higher difficulty now, like, because It sure seems like you actually miss content when you do it on like a lower difficulty for some reason. Psychic focus item. Psychic powers in the psychic photos focus item. What does that even mean? What is the psychic focus item? Physical power, psychic powers in the psychic focus item. Huh. We will never know. I mean, we will know at some point, I guess, but I don't know right now. Okay, let's go back to playing on Extreme. Because on Extreme we had like some actual enemies here. The term is just CRPG. Yeah. Yeah, CRPG makes more sense for something like Baldur's Gate. At least that's what I've heard. Also, on this class, you could just completely ignore the cover system, I feel like. I mean, I guess also it depends, like, what kind of difficulty you're playing on. Enemies at least don't insta-die anymore. Yeah, I think I like this extreme difficulty the most, like the +3 difficulty. Seems feels the best for me personally, at least. Like here you actually have to like use inoculators. I think I didn't use like a single inoculator like the last, I don't know, like 3 or 4 missions. Hello? Move, please. Thank you.
The price I pay. The war will eat me alive, cleanse me of my
You wanted
sins.
to talk to me, Inquisitor?
I need more information. Cluster.
Holy fuck. Yeah, I need to
I'm still in the dark about the possession of the Martyr.
I am way too suppressed.
Part of his retinue. What's he looking for?
Oh my god, okay, I need to actually be careful now.
I know. But you are mistaken, by the way. It's not only his
Recover some of that.
There are others like him. Inquisitors dedicating their lives to seeking the legend of Uther Tiberius. I'd rather call them a secret sect. Before he rose to the ranks, he used to serve under a lord.
I have an item giving me like 25% more damage on this level up here, right?
The hunt for the martyr. It must have rubbed off on
But I feel like it still feels like no damage.
Into a fanatic.
Like it's not much better than like just the standard default attack. It is like. What am I doing? How am I playing this? Yeah. Like proper balance with like 1 or maybe like 2 or 3 difficulties instead of like 50 difficulties. And like a hardcore mode on top would be really nice.
See what I mean? Like, on this difficulty you have actual combat.
Again, this area needs to be cleaned.
You guys were thinking about adding some permadeath at the start? And then they decided against it, or are they still gonna add it at some point? I mean, it's been like 5 years now. So the chances of it happening now is probably like really low, right? Too late now. It's a shame. Holy fuck. What? -5 KW. Oops. I need to wait for these. Probably, but then lots of players don't play hardcore and Grandon's like 1 to 2%. I mean, yeah, but you don't alienate other people if you just make it an option. Like, it's not like you have to force people to play it, just an option. You just add it, right? You don't have to like balance your game around it, like just add it. I mean, Crate themselves have never balanced around hardcore ever. And people like Xanta have always said hardcore is like a meme mode, right? But look at how well the game is still balanced for hardcore. Like, just because the game is overall like a well-balanced game. Like, you don't have to like make your game different just because of hardcore, you just have to like add hardcore as an option. That's all you have to do. Not as not balanced around hardcore anyway. Crusade unlock at 35 in hardcore mode. Wait, if you die in a Crusade, your character is gone for good. If you enable the hardcore Crusade. That's not hardcore, it's just roguelite. No way. It's just like a roguelike dungeon, right? Like the entire Crusade being like the roguelike. But yeah, I mean, it's something at least. There's some more risk there, yeah.
Inquisitor, I was thinking about our previous conversation, and I remembered something. It's more like
it's no actual like hardcore permadeath mode.
You might want to know that Klosterheim's superior, the Lord Inquisitor I mentioned, was apprehended and killed by the Grey Knights.
The Grey Knights? What did he do?
I have no idea, but it must have been something serious to earn that kind of attention. And it would explain why his adept turned out the way he is. Even if he was found innocent that time.
Don't jump to conclusions just yet, Sergeant. The Inquisition moves in mysterious ways. It's never just light or dark. You should already know. The price I pay for power!
No, 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 no. Can't just zoom around now. Dude, Psyker's like spawning all these like warp grants all the time. Can get really annoying sometimes.
Emergency shutdown.
Shit, I need to rebuff.
The price I pay for power. So be it.
Is this RF aura? Yeah. We're actually playing RF now. I mean, in a way, yeah. Not playing other skills, but RF is one of them. Hey, good night. Hey, not. How much HP do I have? I have 3,973. Monka.
So be it then.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna die here. No, 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 no. What the fuck? I'm not like D3, I'm level 24, I'm not like high level. So I don't know like how it's gonna be like later. But at least so far it seems like reasonable. And Yep, it's terrible. Yeah, some of the sound design, I feel like sound design is 50-50 in this game. Like some of it is good and okay, and the other half is just like unbearable. Like this one, right? Honestly, the effects is also kind of, the effect is also kind of bad. Like compared to this one is a lot better. You spam it, it also can get annoying, but at least it's like a lot better. Oh, there was a medkit here all the time. Oops. Lol. Whoops. You worked late shift but have to get up at 6:30 tomorrow, please kill you. Oh god. Yeah, that sounds kind of terrible. Are the death cards skill 3 unlocked? Death cards say critical hits. What's my default regen right now? I should check in-game though. Wait, is it actually like shown anywhere? Okay, I have 0, but I have like passives that do that for me, right? I mean, auras rather. And they're not on right here. It's kind of hard to see, I guess. I don't know. HP gained per warp heat gained. Minus 20% warp heat on inoculator use. I wanna get to heat attacks, I think, maybe. Forspoken getting trash reviews, minimum recommended GPU 3070 and still at 20 FPS. What the fuck? Unhinged state. Wait, invulnerability 1.5 seconds? I mean, that's decent, right? Okay, damage bonus for burning effects? I mean, that's pretty nice. Oh, this one is nice as well. Okay. Crit damage, blah blah. No, we don't need that. I mean, my staff is kind of dealing low damage right now, I guess. This one would be a lot better. A lot more damage at level 25. I mean, I'm almost there. Just wait for that one, it's fine. Krieg build? Is this like a Krieg build? I don't know, maybe that's... Should have checked some of those purples. Whoops. And also probably play like another pyromancer skill here. We have extermination, for example. What does it do? Summons a column of fire on the nearest enemy. The column follows its target and deals heat damage over 2 meters for 5 seconds. Holding down the attack button creates additional columns for 0.5 seconds on the nearest enemy and not yet targeted by the spell. Okay. Let's try it out. Constrict. Deal warp damage to a single enemy if the target has no suppression bar or its suppression status is overwhelmed. Maelstrom. Channeled AoE attack that's continuous dealing warp damage, blah blah blah. Alright, cool. Divine Shot. The first hit on each target deals 100% more damage. Okay. Krieg support doctrine. Oh, AoE 3. Oh, it's just the name of it. Was a relic loot box? Oh my god. Omega loot box? Omega lol loot box? Oh, what is that? I don't think it's like real money stuff though, it's just like you gain like this fate resource. Like I haven't seen any shop anywhere, like I don't think that exists in this game. I mean, it's a fucking overpriced game already, like the base price is just overpriced, so not even a battle pass. SMH my head, I know, right?
Do you need me to reiterate the specifications of your current assignment?
I don't think so.
Warhammer killing D4 on arrival. Okay, so White Hunter.
silence the alarm, I'll face some serious resistance. Not that I'm complaining. The alarm probably alerted the hostiles in the vicinity.
Need to recover my suppression bar real quick. That's not how it works. The suppression is wrecking me right now. I need like more suppression somehow. Like more suppression resistance.
So be it then.
Dude, please do the sound effect. I should maybe switch to like some single target thing instead of this now. I don't know. For my default attack at least. Oh shit, where's my regen? There are all these turrets like pretty much anywhere here. What the fuck? What the fuck?
So be it then.
What? What didn't hit me? Hello? Dude, these little things are super annoying. I really felt like giga annoying on the other character as well.
If I can't silence the alarm, I'll face some serious resistance. I couldn't disable the alarm in time. Right side.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh shit, my buff sound up. What am I doing? Oh, suppressive fire.
My ears are bleeding.
Oh shit.
I must stop this Emperor Forsaken. I couldn't disable the alarm in time.
Can it be a main skill? I haven't found like any way to increase the radius so far, so this seems very small. I mean, there are some ways to increase it. There are some ways, definitely. I don't have access to those yet though. And I don't know like how much it's gonna help. Because you would need like, I don't know, like 200% or something like that. But I'll be playing Might of Nelly. I mean, I would have to have someone that like plays with me. I should be able to like organize that.
I've noticed a large number of reinforced doors along the way. All of them shut tight.
You have the kids?
They could leave.
I mean, it needs to be one of the streamers that have access.
But the energy consumption of the restricted chambers
It's not like anyone yet on this weekend. But yeah, on the other events, like anyone can play, but like this one, not yet. Just play with Steam Mage. Steam Mage is gonna not play Ellie, actually, he's gonna play Gauntlet, right?
the missions are playing Gauntlet, so they're not even not playing. Nice timing, Elliot. I don't know if it's like better or worse for people like me that they're playing Gauntlet.
I'm glad to see that some spark
Like on one hand,
creed still remains in the darkness of this wretched place.
I mean, I wouldn't. Let's be real. Like, they wouldn't play with me anyway, right? Like, why would they?
My duty will not end till I have carried out the task you gave me.
Unless I maybe like ask them real nicely.
Did you say? I'm.
Cleanse me of my sins.
Lizard is in the group, yeah. I mean, I could ask Lizard if he wants to play with me. He is EU as well, so. Holy fuck, dude, what is this? All the mines? It's so annoying. Oh, God. I need to turn on the cheat code again, right? The thermal vision again. Like, I can't see them. I can't fucking see the mines, dude. Hardcore? No, there's no hardcore in this game. Oh, you mean hardcore in LE? I mean, you kind of want to like check out the... Part of me wants to really like still play hardcore. Part of me... I mean, for an event like that, you probably want to like push to like show all the content. I mean, I'd probably play softcore, but like trying to not die, like pretend it's hardcore. And if I actually die, then well, like, fuck me, I guess. Also, the devs have said like there's gonna be bugs, so you don't want to die into a bug either.
Cleanse me of my sins. Anything else?
Dude, all these mobs are so annoying. Holy shit. They are so annoying. If they say it's gonna be bugged, it's gonna be real buggy.
So be it.
We'll see. I also asked them if they can give me like patch notes. They can't give me the actual patch notes because I'm not a playtester. They can only give me like a short rundown of the patch notes. I guess it's better than nothing, but yeah. He's a bad man. No trust. I would never spoil anything. I'm right. Like, come on. I've never spoiled like anything ever. Right? Imagine getting banned on D4 before the game even releases. It's bad now. Medical supplies, hell yeah. Oh, yeah. Dude, I need the like more inoculator support mastery. It was so good on the Crusader. Like one of the main reasons why I'm actually dying a bit on this guy is I really do need that one badly. If I keep playing on this difficulty at least. Also, I should probably turn on my regen buff. Otherwise, no wonder I'm dying, right?
Cleanse me of my sin. Cleanse me of my sin. So be it. The price I pay for power. The price I pay.
Dude, click on the fucking thing, dude. How much?
The war will eat me alive.
You have reached your destination. Access the terminal and initiate emergency shutdown.
So be it.
I'm on tournament 1. I'm on +3.
I'm here.
There's up to +10.
Something is wrong.
Like there's normal and then like
I
+1,
still can't log into the
+3.
system.
Maybe up to +18 even. I don't know. I've only seen like +10 so far.
It is not the machine spirit
Oh, and
preventing
Crusade
you
there's
from
+18.
accessing the
Like.
new sphere.
And then there's also like journalist mode, like basically -5 or something like that.
Modified on core level by fellow brethren of the Adeptus
Yo, Megafree,
Mechanicus.
welcome.
I can't turn off an override implemented by a tech priest.
Correct. You will require my personal
Can there be illegal
assistance.
actions if you break the
We must
NDA, or
go
is
to
it just
the
a ban
data
from the game on
spectrum
CL?
together, where I
I
will
don't know.
attempt to seek audience with the
I mean, it
machine
depends on the
spirit
NDA, I
by
guess. Like
dynamic
depends on like how much
apotheosis.
information they have about
You
you.
can return to the bridge now.
Depends like what is like written in the NDA as well. Yo, Toma. Just 18 plus, aka adult mode. That's why you play the Space Nuns, right? Right, so this stuff up here is just like... Wait, where was it? Wait, is that one... Was that like Crusader only, like get more inoculators? Ah. Okay, there's regen when inoculator is on cooldown. But you also have less regen... Ah, but you also get... Ah, this is kind of not even that good, is it? You can use Faith to level up the Tech Priest. Oh. Oh no, here's still capacity though. Yeah, this is still good, right? Tech Priest, Tech Priest, Tech Priest. Oh no, that's capacity for the... Ah, I see. Wait, how do I level him up? Isn't he the Tech Priest? No. Is this the Tech Priest? Who's this?
You have called for me, Inquisitor, and I am here to serve.
From now on, I will need you on the bridge, Astropath. Connect to your fellow Astropaths in the choir of the Caligari Conclave, and pass me the messages which deal with priority assignments.
As you wish, Inquisitor.
Oh, this is like weekly quests. Blueprint, interesting. This one has 2 sockets. Whatever that even means. When Witcher 3 adult mode, login. The machine spirit calls. Okay, I can use faith, you said. How do I do that? Isn't Witcher 3 like an adult mode by default? I guess you could say that as well, yeah. Where's my faith even? I have fate. Do I also have faith? Oh, you mean the tech tree? Unlocks the forging tab that allows the player to fuse sockets into items. Okay, I mean, let's just press research here then. Or we can do forging. Welcome to the forge. You can manage the sockets of your items or fuse new ones into them. Additionally, you can forge more powerful archaeotech shards from your existing ones and craft better psalm codes. However, in order to do this, you have to research these abilities at the tech tree first. You can fuse new sockets into items and manage socketed items which are level item level 50 or higher. You can place archaeotech shards or psalm codes into sockets for free. However, if you want to remove them, first you have to research the socket extraction ability at the tech tree. The removed items can be used again. Possible socket numbers per item type: 100 weapons 1 to 4, 200 weapons 1 to 6, armor 1 to 6, main implant 1 to 3, inoculator 1 to 3, belt 1 to 2. Note: higher items have a better chance, like higher tier items, have a better chance to gain more sockets, while lower tier items will tend to have sockets numbers from the lower range of the spectrum. Okay. Psalm Doctrine, you will see your activated Psalm Doctrine here. A Psalm Doctrine is a particular combination of various Psalm codes active on the item. Psalm Doctrines grant unique powers for the character. Try to combine your Psalm codes to figure out one of these ancient doctrines. Wait, is that like rune words? Seems like rune words from like the D2 in a way. I don't have this. I don't have a spark of glory. No glory for me. Alright. So as you can see here on this website, there is a lot of stuff actually. Song codes here, right? And then you like get stuff, right? It's pretty much rune words, yeah. Yeah, the game is actually not like not bad at all, in a way. Like, if only it felt more polished. Like, it really doesn't feel polished at all. But if it like actually felt polished, it would be actually really, really cool, actually. This is for all classes, yeah. Alright, let's just go for the next one. For now, we're not gonna, like, worry too much about that. Yeah, it does like make Endgame seem a lot more interesting than you might think at first, actually.
Where are you, Tech Priest?
The auger sensors show extreme levels of chaos infestation near your location.
I'll clear the area.
Alright, our staff has like 30% more damage than before, so this is actually already like noticeable. Since everything scales of weapon dodge. Like in D3 kinda.
Cleanse me of my sin.
I think Endgame is like these kind of crusades that people have been talking about, which are probably like rifts in a way. Maybe they have like interesting bosses at the end.
The price I pay for so be it then. So be it.
The thermal signature is so OP, but it also looks so bad. Like, why can't they just make the game like look good and have good functionality at the same time? Like, some middle ground would be so nice. Again, instead of like making enemies like properly visible, they give you like this option, like just make them visible yourself, right?
It's the same as with difficulties. Like instead of like balancing the game around like 1 or 2 difficulties, it's like here you have like 10 difficulties. Like just choose whatever you want, right? The problem is like none of them will ever like feel exactly right because of a system like that. In my opinion, that's kind of like just lazy balancing design, or like the thermal thing. It's like lazy visual design. Instead of bothering to make enemies like actually look good while still like standing out from the ground decently, they give you this like thermal cheat code basically. Like that. I really don't like that, to be honest. Which is sad, because like if the game didn't have those 2 problems, I feel like the game would be like actually pretty decent, like pretty good. And okay, and sound design is like terrible sometimes. Some of these things is like really terrible sound design. The music design is very repetitive very quickly as well. There are 9 different One Crusade trees.
I've purged the place. Are you ready?
Recharging devotion glands. Preparing to access the sacred presence of the machine spirit itself.
I'll take that as a yes. I'm expecting significant resistance. I'll protect you while you're working.
You can see it in your maths inventory. Wait, what? Have I moved off Grim Dawn? No, why?
Cleanse me of my sins. The price I paid for power.
You have 4 tabs and 1 mouse tab. I knew about the 4 maps, but like the 4 tabs, but not the map tab.
Diagnostic prelude overclocking.
Yeah, I get it. You're working on it. Stand by. A new wave is approaching.
Ah, this one? I'll check it out in a sec. Ah, there's... okay. Too many wave events in this game.
Connecting to various identification subroutines. Initiating devotional rites of authentication.
And they're still coming.
I have Grim Dawn open literally every day because I'm working on the mod for this next season.
So be it then. The war will eat me alive. The war will eat me alive. Cleanse me of my sins. The war will eat me. The price I pay for power. The war will eat me alive.
The warp will eat me alive, guys. I think we know by now.
Anything to report? The price I pay for power.
5 waves, are you kidding me?
Cleanse of my sins.
Dude, this one like decays so slowly. Like, what is this game?
So be it then. So be it then. Cleanse me of my sins.
Installing emotional
This one also got
dampers.
nerfed. Was close to impossible
Switching to
before.
mind cleanse.
Keep him alive. I mean, depends like what difficulty you're playing on, I guess, right? Like if it's too hard, just like put down the difficulty. But yeah, it might have been like still harder before, independently of difficulty, of course. Also, weapon swap is not like fast enough in this game. I feel like some things just like feel a bit clunky in this game. Like the camera rotation feels worse than Grim Dawn. The weapon swap feels worse than Grim Dawn. Maybe I'm just like too used to like how Grim Dawn does it. I don't know. Shit.
The price I pay for power.
Plague Ridden one-shots the turret in normal difficulty. Yeah, that probably got nerfed.
So weird. Are you ready to talk to me, Tech Priest?
Yes, Inquisitor. We have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time.
Omicron?
No. This body is merely a temporary conduit for us, connected to our network through his neural implants. Our name is Sacred Binary Code and Arcane Hexadecimal Chant, but you can call us the Machine Spirit of the Martyr. We tried to communicate with you through mindless flesh before, but our efforts were ineffective.
The servitor in the hangar deck. That was you?
It was an inadequate interface. This method of communication is unconventional and highly dangerous for the subject, but I had no other choice. The Martyr is harboring a great secret, Inquisitor, which we must protect at all cost before it falls into the wrong hands.
You want to stop Inquisitor Klosterheim?
Our goals correlate. We will show you where he is located at the moment. I must log off from this vessel before I damage him beyond repair. I will seek other channels of communication.
Mission completed, Pog you. Balthar system, level 1 influence achieved. Wait, what is this? Reward item collection, Signum. Common loot box. Loot boxes? What the fuck? I mean, it's just like... whatever. Eventually gonna be a fate dump. Oh, look at this. So we can finally... play a decent one of these and then actually make this like the main setup. And use this for the buffs. Which means I need a better telekinetic rod, ideally. Because that one was actually like pretty good damage, I feel like. I really like Gibraltar more so than the pulse rod one. What is this? Digital weapons. Clean attack enhancement grants crit damage for 30 seconds. Okay. Okay, so what was up with this, like materials tab? Like, what do you do here? Faith? Where's the faith? I don't see any faith. Oh, for the shards. Ah, that's for the Void Crusades. Right. Okay. Cool. They're kind of like skeleton keys in a way, I guess. You could compare them to like skeleton keys from Grim Dawn, I guess.
What was all that?
Oh, it has more HP, but other than that, seems kind of worse. Okay, so how am I gonna play this now? I kind of wanna put... shit. I'm not an assassin, so I don't have to... So this is where like the game is really fucking annoying, like... Just let me like reassign my skills here instead of having to like do this every time I switch around a setup. It's gonna be annoying AF. So my armor gives me like another slot now, right? So if I play this setup right here, I have right click, W, R, Q. Oops. Goodbye. So like this, for example. And then here we have the buffs now. And here we can actually have like more skills than before even. But I can't really like afford having many buffs anyway, right? Like you kind of only want like 3, maybe if you like remove certain like warp heat increasing runes, you could even like run 4. Or if you get some kind of like a warp heat reservation minimation, whatever it's called, like you can do in PoE with stuff, then you could run more. But actually you can't run more than 3 because it literally like says only 3 blessings can be active at any given time, so you actually like can't anyway. So I'm basically like wasting 2 skill slots here now. I mean, does that matter? Does that actually matter? Well, I could just put something else here. Alright, I'll be right back. I just need to go to the toilet real quick. 1 second, guys. Alright. So, I guess this weapon is just gonna be like a... I mean, like a buff thing now. And the thing is, I probably want to also change my skills now. Like, this one has damage bonus to Bio-Lightning Psychic Power and damage bonus to Shockwave Psychic Power. So I should probably play those. I haven't really like expected any like heat attack stuff or something like that, so I'm not like too locked into a damage type yet. So as long as I'm not too locked into those yet, I should probably just like change this kind of stuff like further. I wonder, like, do you want to go for like more rests? I mean, more HP or like more rests here? I'm probably getting rest to 60 should be pretty important. And this node is useless though. You can reset all pass outs by a token trader, second tab, 1 tokens for 1 skill point reset, right? Yeah. I think I've seen those already, yeah. I don't know if this stuff is like actually useful than this health stuff when I could just like get the rest. I mean, it's not bad though. It's definitely not bad. Yeah, for this one you need like all around them again. Yeah. I mean, if you're like a regen-based... This class seems very regen-based, so I feel like defense is better than health, because, you know, like regen is better the lower your health is. While having like the same like effective HP pool, of course. There's also energy shield, which I haven't really like tapped into at all so far. Okay, let's change the powers then, right? So, what did I say? Shockwave and Bio-Lightning. The Bio-Lightning is this one right here. %50 of damage cut, but is power gained as shield. Vulnerability to the power. Damage dealt to cover bonus power, cooling reduction, warp heat cost. I mean, cooling reduction is kind of whatever here. Because you're gonna have to like use other attacks in between anyway, otherwise like warp heat is the limiting factor here, right? So it's either this or like this here, right? So this one is dealing warp damage and shock damage. And then the other one would be Shockwave, which also is like warp damage. So we're kind of like basically doing warp damage right now. They both have like a low cooldown. Vulnerability warp. The target suffers plus 10% warp damage for 5 seconds. Stacks up to 10 times. Oh, so it's actually... You want it on both of these abilities. Alright. Okay. And what is the base thing deal here? Also warp damage. I mean, that fits perfectly now. We're like basically full warp. Piercing, AoE, knockdown, knockback, and the other skills, I guess it shows you. Vulnerability, AoE, piercing, vulnerability, warp, penetrates multiple targets, stops by obstacles.
I don't have like anything like armor piercing, do I? I don't know how this is working. But then again, if I'm doing warp damage, like, do I really need like armor piercing? I would assume what armor piercing is like only for physical anyway. Last Spoken Friday will be the entire content of 0.9 patch? No. For example, Arena will be locked. I won't be able to like play Arena this weekend. Monolith will work, campaign will work, multiplayer will work. I assume like skills and so on that have been rebalanced and reworked as well will work. But they're most likely not going to be a final. I mean, the actual 0.9 release is going to be in March, so it's like till like 2 months or like 1.5 months to go. So there will be like lots of content to change basically.
Inquisitor, Lord Klosterheim is heading toward an area marked as forbidden. It is cut off from the dominion of the machine spirit.
I'm on my way. I also need an explanation as to why anyone would tamper with the machine spirit in such an irregular way.
Although the chances are infinitesimal, complex machinery may be vulnerable to the corruption of chaos. For some reason,
Alright, so I wanna re-buff on this stage now here.
The price I pay for power.
Interesting. Okay, yeah. So we're moving with this now. That's cool and all.
Inquisitor, I have analyzed the records of my communion. The administrator prayers in the digital marginalia indicate that Uther Tiberius fused an incorruptible soul with the machine.
But that is impossible. Unless you sacrificed him, fought off a demon, and became immune to corruption.
Agreed. Subject would be a former demon host.
Was that even permitted?
I could list 136 sects within the Adeptus Mechanicus, which would start a doctrinal purge based solely on such a notion. But my sect has always believed in digital martyrdom.
Yeah, I don't need teleport anymore. That's why I like changed as well. Like this is my main setup now. It was like my off setup before, but it's like my main setup now, so I don't really need the teleport anymore. Oh shit, there's an actual chaos going on.
Visions might be residual memories leaking through a hasty mind scrub. They could have been triggered by certain phrases or events.
That's nonsense. Stop obsessing about my mental condition.
As you command, Inquisitor.
So be it then.
Oh my god. Oh shit, yeah, of course my buffs are running out. Oops, my buffs ran out rather. They already ran out. Why is there all these turrets? What the fuck? Regain this place. Regain suppression. Shit, dude. Why is this guy a Psyker as well? Looks like a normal Marine. What the fuck, dude? I mean, normal Marine in this game. Marines are so big for some reason. I don't know. I mean, sure, they are bigger than like normal humans, of course, but why is it like so big, dude? Oh. Oh my god, there's a turret here as well. Wait, how many turrets does he drop down? What is this? Lamau. Wait, what? Wait, what? What even? What? What's even attacking me, dude? Alright, that guy was scary. How was he so scary? I mean, okay, one guy was like asking, is there Flicker Strike in this game? I mean, this is not really Flicker Strike, but I guess like the closest thing to it. It's kind of stupid because like all the other movement abilities are usually like gated through either like the warp heat or like mana, whatever you want to call it. The other classes as well. At least the Crusade was gated as well.
Inquisitor,
But this one is,
as per your request,
it doesn't need
I have
anything.
scoured the classified data looms on this deck. I think you ought to know that all research sanctums on this deck were assigned for demon host experiments for decades.
What? Uther Tiberius was creating demon hosts?
The sheer number of subjects implies that he was trying to create a whole army of them.
Uther Tiberius condemned a whole army to eternal suffering?
Note that the attached confession scrolls clearly prove that most subjects were volunteers. They wanted to be filled with unholy essence, then fight the taint and return, immune to the chaos.
You also want to be filled up with unholy incense, guys.
I cannot comment on that. Any progress, Inquisitor?
Looks like I'm closing in on Klosterheim. He may have an agenda. At least he's cunning.
Let's shot another marine. Oh, the suppressive fire. Oh my god, it's another tactical, like with the turrets. Annoying. What the fuck is this guy summoning? What? Step back.
Die, heretic!
Oh my god. What? What is this knockdown, dude? Are you kidding me? Dude, he was like 1 HP, man. 3. Oh my god, really? He's bad, man. Wait, he actually died, didn't he? No, he didn't die, but he's basically dead. Why in the last second, Fizzbird, man?
I'm in the research cloister.
Incorrect. You only...
I've found the remains. Cleanse of my sins.
Sigma.
Unlucky.
Okay, we unlocked a new skill tree. The single DPS skill tree. Which, honestly... might be good to have. I guess. Another warp bound armor, this one with 2 sockets. Honestly, this one just has better stats though. Like more useful augments. Artificial grenade. I don't think I've tried this one ever so far. Kinda just wanna keep it to try it. Deflector force shield. I'm not burning anymore, so this one is actually better, I think. What do we have here? Resilience, cooldown reduction, chance to use it for free. 2 reds as well. It's a little weird to me that, for example, like a belt slot always has like health on it. Like, why is health the implicit on a thing like this? I don't quite understand that, to be honest. It's a little weird. Under the second duration for psychic power buffs. And that's some quality of life, more than anything else. Uther's Lab. Uther's Lab. Health comes from the gut.
I've obtained the quarantine logs, Inquisitor. The research cloister has been sealed off on account of demonic infestation.
I think I haven't played this mission yet.
You won't be able to leave the
I
facility.
think up to here I've played all of the other characters as well.
Trust me, it will be.
But this one is a new one. Full size zoomer build now. Oh shit.
Demonic infestation in effect. Subject 872K has breached containment protocols. Area in lockdown.
Remember anything, did you?
Something is coming back, but it's unclear. I underwent a mind scrub. but...
So, that is what you did eventually. You sacrificed yourself. Not in the way that I'd expected.
Who are you? Who am I?
You used to be my mentor. You were an Inquisitor in pursuit of the greatest secret of the Caligari sector. The research of Uther Tiberius.
I guess I didn't find it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be standing here.
You got close. And you got careless. You made questionable choices and attracted the attention of first the Conclave, then the Grey Knights.
And there is no escaping from the secret protectors of the Imperium. Only death absolves, right?
So that was your plan. You sacrificed your former self.
And I have returned as someone else.
Dude, the voice acting is so weird.
And I obeyed.
From the Inquisitor.
Fire, I hunted relentlessly for the Martyr. I did what you taught me. I fought, investigated, made pacts and broke
the
when
most
I had to. And when the warp spat
the most casual conversation for the Inquisitor, the Psyker.
I was ready to find it.
And my path eventually led to the Martyr as well.
It cannot be a coincidence. Only the Emperor's will, because you found me
Yo,
now
easy work, man.
when I'm so very close to finding Uther's greatest secret.
We must talk about this. But first we purge this area. I'm ready for the sacrifice it takes. And should my plan succeed, we might meet again one day.
Oh. So I was the one being a heretic, and then now I have to like cleanse myself, or what? Like cleanse what I've done in the past? Or was it Uther Tiberius? I was like working alongside Uther Tiberius. Maybe I am Uther Tiberius, right? I don't know.
A whole army of loyal warriors immune to the warp, ready to conquer the Imperium. Once you would have embraced the idea.
I'm not the same person.
I pray to the Emperor that you are.
Wait, didn't he praise that I am the same? Huh? I'm fucking overwhelmed. Oh my god. Hurry. Getting overwhelmed is like the scariest thing ever in this game, honestly. Everything else is whatever, but like getting overwhelmed is one call. Dude, what is it? It's weird. Yeah, I removed all memories so the Grey Knights couldn't execute me, or like wouldn't execute me. Sounds like some kind of redemption arc, maybe, yeah. Maybe not. We'll figure it out, I guess.
Off with you.
Zoom, 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 zoom. It's a zoomer game, that's for sure. At least this class is. Like heavy zoom right now with the Aether Blade. Now 3 of these guys? No, only 1 again.
Are you ready?
Time to purge.
Dude, you're like literally like 1 meter in front of this guy, like now he's like talking.
Like we used to.
What are you doing? Just kill it. Yep.
No demonic presence detected. Lockdown deactivated.
Good work. Tell me, Klosterheim, did you miss all this?
I refuse to burden myself with redundant thoughts and emotions. But I admit, it was a satisfactory experience to fight that battle together. The research cloister is connected to Uther's inner sanctum. That is where Uther secreted away his most treasured research. Are you ready to enter?
I need to return to my retinue first, and make the necessary preparations.
I'm not going to your ship. Trust me. Where would I go? I will meet you here when you return.
But the loot. I want the loot. Oh, and whatever this is. CYS, cleanse yourself. Yo, Dureka, welcome, welcome. Welcome, Mr. Goose Rider. Psychic escalation perk unlocked, whatever that is. Okay, psychic escalation. Damage bonus to psychic powers after using a psychic power. Right, so like just have more damage when you have more damage. Okay. Deal damage to deal damage, makes sense. Damage bonus for single target skills. What is a single target skill again in this game? Everything that has like these single target... like not this. Aether Strike would be one, but I mean... 268 DPS. 522 DPS. 5... I mean, you're not using that one anyway, right? For damage, for actual damage. How long do you need to activate this? I wonder. I wonder. Yo, heights, welcome. New game. I mean, it's like 5 years old. Kind of. But I've never played it before. Apart from last stream. Standing still seems like a challenging skill to do, yeah. Definitely. I mean, you still gotta like travel through the node to like get the other stuff, right?
Is this the inner sanctum?
This is the janitorium that powers the various dissection chapels and the laboratoriums. I need to know something, Inquisitor. How did you find the Martyr? Are you looking for me?
I wasn't even aware of your existence, remember? I was sent here to investigate the source of an ancient Inquisitorial distress signal.
It must have been the will of the Emperor. I am aware of that signal. It was activated by the rebels during the strife against Tiberius.
That sigil on my...
I don't know. The Tactical Crusader was a bit more tactical than this, I feel like. Also, yeah, yep. I can't pace thing too much actually, I'm kinda squish. Hello? I'm not really like squish, but I have no suppression. Protection. Need to hide. Alright, there we go. Wait, he's at 1 HP. He can't die. Close to the Heim as a Giga Shard. Just can't die. Oh, well. Could have maybe used that one. You can channel a skill while using Aether Blade Teleport. Wait, what?
You are different, and yet you are the same. It is disturbing.
I used to be the one hunting you, and now you have all the answers.
Dude, the balance on this game is so weird.
If it's any consolation, you were right all along. Uther Tiberius had a secret that could have changed the fate of the Imperium.
And you have learned the nature of this secret.
Indeed. It's a weapon with immense powers.
I have found some
At one point he actually could die.
Have you ever discovered the truth about Uther's secret weapon?
I have only heard rumors.
And if you have a mission like this,
The real answer lies here.
you can of course like make them so that like whenever they die your mission failed.
And that Uther Tiberius risked
But he's like a medic character, so like making your mission fail whenever he dies would be kinda... They would have to give the guy like proper AI for that to maybe like make any sense. I have to move away from like my warp storms that are like being churned around me here. And maybe like also like rebuff myself.
Your combat skills have become even more praiseworthy.
Did you say my combat skills have become even more cringe-worthy? Kinda sounded like that.
Disable the alarm in time. On the bright side,
Deactivate the force field rather. Okay.
how are you
Let's do not.
I've met some resistance. The Genitorium seems to be populated by a degenerate tribe.
By degenerates.
We'll deactivate the stasis. Where are you?
I'm having some problems with the feral tribes, but I'm close.
Wait, what? It's just a cutscene so you can't get hit while you're like having still a progress bar in there?
I can't.
I can't. I literally can't, dude. I can't. I fucking can't. Okay, did I miss anything of use here? I mean, there's something here, but I don't know. I don't know. It's probably fine. False weapon mastery when attacking with the Psyker weapons. Get 10%. Wait, didn't I just have that already? And this one is kind of huge quality of life there. 20% of damage reduction is added to dodge. What's my damage reduction? 22%, so I would get like 2% dodge. I mean 4% dodge. 25% energy shoot efficiency. Do I even have any of that? I mean, if I skill my psychic powers to do that. This one does do that actually. Oh wait, this one cannot have that, okay. I see. Okay. Chance to cause bleeding on physical skill hit. I don't have that. Chance to shock on hit. Whatever shock does. What does shock do? Warp resistance to all resistances when suppression status is protected. 30% max HP gain through attributes. Wait, what? Release a Thunderbolt of Authority on hit taken, which I assume also deals warp damage. Duration for debuff suffered in exposed state. Yes. Experience gained, all lost in exposed state. Damage bonus for Eriska. Sure. Yo, Conan, welcome on. Game clearly explaining what shock and sound does. Yeah. There's like some kind of compendium, I guess, right? Like actually in the game. Maybe? Wait, it's like a map? Alright, I mean, let's just run it, I guess. Hazards, 50% HP for champion enemies, enemies get 80% resistances, blah 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 blah. Oh shit. If you only deal warp damage, that's kinda scuffed. I mean, let's just try it anyway. Kind of like Grim Dawn explaining RR shred, yeah, they just don't. I mean, they do on the website game guide, I guess, maybe. They don't really either, I think. I'm not quite sure, actually. Oh, this is one of those like 2004 texture maps.
Priority purge protocols initiated and being observed. Noospheric data streams are thrice encrypted and set to optimal flow. Good hunting.
My mana's so slow. Wasn't that like way quicker before? What are these mobs? Smoker. Suppressive fire is no fun, dude. Oh, it's from the Black Legion. The Undivided Chaos, eh?
So be it then.
We're gonna actually eliminate these targets, not these ones. Oh my, what the fuck is this? So there's like stronger enemies on this map, but you actually have to like kill the easier enemies. It's interesting. So why am I so slow? Wait, I have to throw the renegade gunner, right? Oh my god, the havoc. Holy fuck. There's so many space marines here, holy shit. No, I'm getting knocked down. Holy moly, suppressive fire, dude. Yeah, Chaos Marines are no joke. What the fuck? What's going on? Do they have they're freaking like raptor jump packs on them or something like that? What the hell? Do those targets like regenerate HP? No, they actually don't, but
target neutralized.
okay,
There is
get me
no
out of here.
escape from the wrath of the Imperium.
God. That's all this stuff, dude. Holy fuck. Alright, target neutralized. I mean, it could have. I mean, yeah, I also got neutralized, I guess. Okay, now we have to just chill. Because I need to wait for my buffs. Should maybe not trigger all of them. I mean, maybe not.
Undesired variable removed.
Undesired variable, she says. Wait, can you walk properly? Thank you. Oh my god, dude. I can't.
The price I pay for power.
These like Chaos Sniper Marines. Hey, where's the actual target? Let's go. Read.
Statistically, this will be your last chance, my lord. Now or never.
They do like 0 damage. Yeah, those Havocs have like insane suppressive fire, I guess. Yeah, these guys here, like... Oh, a Sork, okay, cool. Alright, now's my chance, guys. Now's my chance. Never mind. I'm giga stunned. No, move. Holy. Okay, just going to cover, right? Maybe these missions are easy when you're like playing an assassin class, right? And you can just go like invisible or some shit. If that's a thing in this game, I don't know. Monk. Monka, 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 Monka.
Cleanse me of my sin.
Where's the target even? I don't even see it.
Enemy combat
easy clap.
efficiency at critical level. No further actions needed. The machine god is pleased. End of log.
Not even close. Assassins can't go invisible, nice. Did imagine doing this mission though, right? The maps in this game are super basic, either rectangular like 3 corridors. Yeah, that's one of the problems of this game as well. Pretty much. That is a problem as well. I agree. That is definitely a problem. Yeah, imagine doing this mission without this like broken as fuck like warp blade, right? Like imagine doing this with like any other weapon. Like good fucking luck, right? Good luck with that. Okay, what are all these these like widest jiggling emotes? And how do you write this? Oh fuck dude, I can't. Where's Illuminator when you need him? I can't. I literally can't, man. Lost to emotes.
Klosterheim, where are you?
Just kill the patrols.
Klosterheim, if you can hear me, I'm heading towards the inner
Dude, how do you even kill like a single marine there in that mission? Or are they like not that tanky? They seem like way tankier than the actual target.
Thorn, I found the body of a word bearer.
The filth of Logar. What are they doing on the Martyr?
There's
A
just
word bearer, Monka.
and he looks dead. I was wrong. He's alive.
Wow. Okay, this one is actually kind of squished though. What the fuck? I thought they were like way down here. Nice acting, yeah. Brother Herbert. Brother Samuth, I mean. Bear in mind that these words are not for the uninitiated. The Warpsmith finally succeeded in reshaping the code and we gained access to the data vault. The vessel had indeed been commanded by an aberration called Uther.
Okay, 2-year anniversary. 2-month anniversary from the promise I bring you and still counting.
2 years? Holy shit, Steve, thank you so much for that 2 years Prime support. 2-month anniversary from the promise I ring you and still counting. Yep. But I hope you're doing good, man. Welcome on. Keep reading the diary, I will. The implications are sickening. Every word of the Visceram revelation has been proven right so far. We cannot deny the truth of the prophecy. The anathema ultima must be destroyed before it corrupts the immaterium. Our blessed allies would be powerless against this thing. Ah, yes. I understand. But this 8 times accursed ship is defending itself. The Warpsmith tells me that the spirit of this ship was indurated with a blasphemer's soul and is resisting our gift. We are trapped. But if we must guard this foul place until the Dark Council finds us and breaks this cage, so be it. I have 3 orders for you. First, break the soul pattern as it interferes with these sacred rituals. Second, harvest every datum from the firewalled cogitators, since we need to know more about that thing. Third, succumb into a dreamless slumber. When finished, the false god can't take back his gifts, so use them. Times are on our side, brother.
Another traitor marine lies on the ground.
Can't ruin this game gives you nausea.
Where it belongs.
That's on me though.
I wish I could be fighting by your side.
You can rotate the camera just like in Grim Dawn, however it is way less smooth. Like in Grim Dawn it actually like moves smoothly, right? In this game it's like very, I don't know, it just feels bad, or like more unpolished.
I'd advise you to find out what they were looking for.
And when you're like a viewer, I think it's even worse, right? Like you can just like hold on middle mouse button and rotate the camera. But in Grim Dawn this is kind of smooth, right? In this game it's worse, I would say that for sure. Otherwise the game is good. I mean, it's okay. I feel like it's an okay game. It's not like very polished. Like Grim Dawn, for example, is way more polished. It gets carried a bit by like Warhammer lore, of course, for sure. The systems and like the skill stuff, it's not that bad actually. Like I think it's actually pretty decent. Like it's better than I thought it would be. But it's not like super in-depth either, like the devotion system for example, or like the passive trees system in Power of Exile. And items so far, I mean they're okay, not like super complex, but not terrible either.
What a splendid fight.
Yeah, Dawn of War 1 was like the best Warhammer game, in my opinion, like the best 40k game for sure. I played Dawn of Dawn of War 1 like
I've been expecting you
on the ESL side as well, like on the ESL ladder back then, somewhat competitively, I guess.
The same unique organs as we do.
I see. They activated their
it's not worth. Okay, I mean, so it's like what, $50? I think base price. It's not worth $50, definitely not. It's worth like $8 to $10. I mean, I got it for like $9. I would say like if you get it like below 10 on the sale, it's definitely worth it. But like more than 10, I don't know about that. More than 20, definitely not. Yo, Karakorum, thanks for the prime. Welcome back, welcome back. Very much appreciate support. But yeah, there's stuff like, for example, Silent Doctrines that I've already like gotten a glimpse at, and there is some build depth after all. But I mean, Silent Doctrines are kind of like rune words from the other two, I think. Seems like that at least. So it's not too bad. I think the game actually has like different problems than like build mechanics. The game has more sound design problems, sometimes visual problems, and balance problems.
I will rip your mind to shreds.
Like some visuals look okay, some textures are just like, they look so weird. Like they look like literally like taken from Dawn of War, like from like 10-year or like 20-year-old game, you know. What do you have in queue for yourself? I mean, there are better games out there, definitely, like general, but it's not like a terrible game. I think it's like okay. I mean, this game is like 5 years old. When it came out, I was also like thinking about playing it, but I didn't until now. Like, yeah. I also like put it on a 5-year break. Like it took me 5 years to like finally get the time to feel like it's finally the time to play this game instead of like something else. Oh shit. Overwhelmed as fuck. Doctrines, token build. Vulnerability debuffs get a tiny bit more complete, but not PoE. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely not bad for a game like this. Actually, it's totally decent. Ah shit, where are my buffs? Speaking of buffs. Also, the Psyker class has a bit more like classic ARPG elements in them compared to, say, Crusader class. Crusader class is a bit more basic when it comes to like skill customization. Oh yeah, also difficulties are like done like in Diablo 3, which is like we don't care about balance in the game, but we give you like 20 torment levels, so like just adjust yourself, right? In my opinion, like that's a very lazy approach. You're not actually like properly balancing the game in a way like that. When the game came out, movement and combat was way slower and more sluggish, and they patched it to get way better. I mean, I wouldn't say this is good gameplay though. Because like all this does is like give you the ability to like play one weapon, because this weapon has this like this charge, 0 cooldown, and all the others don't. So like all the other weapons are just useless. Like what is, I don't know, this is just terrible balance in my opinion.
Marked by the hostiles.
It's just ridiculous. It sure is a game, yeah. I feel like many things are like not bad at all, and like the way they like, yeah, good job like charging into like an explosive. Holy fuck. Oops. And the way they like combined classic RPG elements with like their own take on ARPGs or ARPG elements that like, you know, like kind of fit 40k universe better. I feel like they did a decent like, how do you say that? Like compromise, actually. It's not that bad. But it's very, very different from like classic RPGs, that's for sure. Should maybe like also watch that cutscene. Since we're like actually doing new content right here. Kinda wanna play RDR 1 and 2. Oh yeah, nice. I mean those are good games for sure. Like way higher production quality than this for sure. I feel like the game itself is actually good, but like what production quality is kind of bad. Like the plasma pistols, for example. Like look at this. Just like listen to the sound, right? Like what is this? What is this like plasma gun sound? Hello? It's terrible. Like some sounds are fine, but like these plasma guns, for example, are like absolutely horrible. Like if they had like, you know, better production quality, I think it would actually be like a good game. The sound assistant and so on, they're like totally fine. But for example, say Grim Dawn, right? They have like a also like a bad budget, like a very low budget, and like I don't know, not the best engine and so on. But I feel like everything like fits well together, and like sound design also like fits well together in Grim Dawn, I feel like. I mean, you can kind of feel it's not like super high budget, of course, but it's still like, it just, everything like fits together very well, in my opinion. The fucking warp storms are like wrecking me here, I don't know what's even hitting me. Axes have mace sounds. Yeah. Yeah. That's kinda true, I guess.
Inquisitor, you are approaching the second cogitator.
Baldur's Gate 3, yeah.
Pick recording inloaded and immediately
I don't know, the Baldur's Gate, like, alpha or whatever there was playable at some point. It looked alright, I guess. Maybe I just...
Whatever she is,
I don't have like a hard on for CRPGs. I mean, they're good and fun and so on, but...
It sounds like something the word
not played them enough, I guess. You love the Grim Dawn Ragdolls? I mean, they're amazing. I mean, the death animations of this game are decent though. It's not like the game's problem, or like not one of the bigger problems in this game, definitely not.
Witness my power.
I don't think anybody has like seen Venom in like 2 years here. Oh my god, what is hitting me here? Like, I don't get it. Some warp storm or something? To be honest though, the gameplay... I mean, this might be because of the warp blade, right? But like, honestly, the gameplay on the Crusader felt way more tactical than on this guy. Like, this is just zoom.
The analysis of the security logs is complete.
Which is obviously also like good, but
hostile incursion, 3.64 standard
this is like actually good.
ago. Intruders identified
I don't
as
know.
word bearers.
So there was a whole warband. They came here to find something, but were trapped on the ship. Price I pay for power.
I wanna play assassin, like see if it's a bit more, you know, like tactical. But I'm beginning to doubt that.
Inquisitor, you are approaching the third cogitator.
I'm approaching death, that's for sure. Because I still don't have any like suppression protection. You get a golden badge for 2 years? Yes, you do. Yes, you do indeed. The auto loot is kind of cool though, like not gonna lie. Even though, I mean, if you have gameplay like this, then auto loot is, of course, good to have, right? Monka. Oh my god, I'm running into the fucking explosives again. Not like this.
The price I pay for power. Tech Priest,
I died 2 times, 2 times the explosives.
but I've discovered that even Uther's people
The loot dropping looks a bit meh.
extremely disturbing.
Yeah. It also gets like instantly soaked up by the auto loot.
Data looms on the Martyr.
Which I mean you can
The existence of the
remove.
subject has been erased from the archives.
Whatever this creature is, she must have been Uther's
Again,
greatest secret.
There seems to also be kind of like a theme with this game. Like there are many options, like for example the like making enemies better visible with like the thermal sensors and stuff like that. Or like the 10 different difficulties you can like play on. And like auto loot on or off. Instead of just having like one way, I feel like it's also almost like too much customization. Usually like customization isn't really like a bad thing, but
Oops, no, don't report a bug, it's fine. It's all good. No. But I feel like this game sometimes, like, it knows there's like a problem, but instead of like fixing the problem, they just give you like an option to kind of like ignore the mechanic in a way. I don't know. The price I pay for my power bill. Yep. Skill 3 unlocked. Regenerative bioimplants and technoroids provided by Janitor Division of the Adeptus Mechanicus. That's the skill 3. Wait, what? I already had this one. What are you even on about? What are you doing, game? What do you mean? I already had this. I guess I want like more max suppression. Because honestly, this is the most annoying. Destroyed enough exploding barrels, unlock heat 3, yeah. Took enough fire damage myself to unlock the heat 3. Inventory, what did I get here? A blueprint. Damage bonus to AoE skills, melee damage bonus. Sure. Yo, good night, Stephus. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the support, and yeah. Maybe we'll actually call each other at some point. Or at least exchange some messages. Inoculator. More capacity, I guess. Should probably have like suppression. Honestly, that seems more important. Give dot immunity. Plus 1% damage bonus for every percent missing HP for 20 seconds on use. So, I mean, it's better than, it's just literally always better than stim, right? Stacking penalty to physical vulnerability. Oh, do I actually want that? Tech Priest Mummy. What are you even on about? The noise while you're talking between is annoying. Yeah, as I said, like sound design. Like some things are really nice, some things are just really weird, almost bad. Like just bad in this game.
Klosterheim, can you hear me?
Oh, so why the fuck is like some Inquisitor called Klosterheim?
Tribal camp.
It's the weirdest
I
name.
liberated some captured members of my expedition. Where are you?
I'm in the inner sanctum, in a scriptorium.
Uther Tiberius had his own secluded laboratory there, where he must have kept his personal cogitator. Find that room.
Holy mock. And I feel like for games like these, unfortunately, unfortunately for the creators of this game, sound design is very, very important. What? Wait, what happened? Huh? What even happened, dude?
I must warn you,
What even happened?
several Empyrean seals have been destroyed. My guess is that it was the work of the word.
I mean, I got ported back to the start of the...
Expect heavy resistance on your way in.
to the start of the map, so... It seems like the developers have accounted for that happening at some point.
The most disturbing thing is that they should be aware of the secret too.
Too much porting around. Too much zoomer gameplay. The funny thing is, right, you might think like warp heat is like some kind of like limited resource. It's really not, right? Like if you're like mobile enough like this, and just like dodge all the like negative warp effects anyway, you can just like keep spamming your warp stuff and it's like literally doesn't matter. Like why would you care about like managing your resource when you can just like dodge whatever like that resource does like negatively, right?
Would you look at that? A false emperor sent us his servants to suffer the most...
What is this voice acting for Chaos Space Marine? Are you kidding me? It's so bad. I compare that to like Dawn of War voice acting, man.
What did you expect to find here? I was led here by dark prophecy.
This is ridiculously bad.
Fever dreams. But you have no idea what we are about to unleash on your Imperium.
It sounds like some Darth Vader 0.5 sounds. And not some actual like Chaos Space Marine. Okay, the inoculator giving you suppression is like the best thing ever. It's super important. Ah, he's Doc leaving? Wow. Pussy! Oh my god. I'm getting wrecked by the Dreadnought. What the fuck? Oh, of course I'm getting wrecked. I'm always getting wrecked with my buffs down. Like, what am I even thinking about? What is this? Suppression damage, holy shit. Why is a Dreadnought screaming like an elephant? Huh? Sounds like Megazord for 5-year-olds, yeah, kind of.
What have you found?
The proof we needed. Uther's secret weapon was a unique pariah who was capable
Why are
of the
elephants screaming like dreadnoughts?
She didn't just banish demons. She utterly destroyed them.
By the Emperor. That could have been the most powerful weapon against the filth of chaos.
I feel like the entire voice acting like of these NPCs, like if you compare all of this voice acting to like Dawn of War voice acting, like all of them seem so like unenthusiastic, right?
Where he must have kept his personal notes.
It's like they're all chilling
Find that room.
instead of like being like typical overly zealous Warhammer characters. They're all just like chilling. Don't remember the voice acting of Dawn of War. It's actually pretty good.
Kloster, I'm in Uther's meditation chamber. I can see a journal.
Open it.
Open it. Like, I don't know, just take like Corn Berserkers, right, for example.
For the slaughter! Kill! Kill!
It's like, what's so different.
Have you read the journal?
I have, and it contains some surprising revelations. Even Uther Tiberius was horrified by the power
like
of the
so
Alpha
different.
Pariah. That's what he called her.
Did he kill her?
No, he locked her away in the main stasis chamber.
Which means that she must still be alive. This is incredible.
And we have a Chaos Sorcerer on the ship who knows about her too.
I'm almost there. I'll meet you at the entrance.
Cyanide. Oh yeah, like for example, like Chaos Lore, right?
I will shatter their souls.
They're just like
Slaughter them all.
they're fucking epic.
Feast on their flesh. Meet your death. Can no one offer me a challenge? You weaklings. Pathetic creatures.
I don't know. It's very different. What is this one doing? Damage bonus for telekinesis psychic powers? Telekinesis.
Good, you're back.
Burn the heretic, burn the heretic, burn the heretic, burn the heretic, burn the heretic.
Thank you so much for the resub, Conan. 16 months already as well. Holy moly. Much appreciated. Can you use Marissa Blade Burst with a shield? I mean, yeah, you can use it while wielding a shield, but I think the animation actually like looks like you're actually using the shield, but the weapon damage is from your main hand or something weird like that. So I don't have any like telekinesis damage abilities right now, right? My dodging abilities are... Actually, wait, no. Shockwave is telekinesis, and then Biolightning. The nuke from the necropolis. Yeah. That had like a very satisfying sound effect as well. Enter the stasis chamber. Alright, let's go. All you heard was generic speaking through a Hammond voice. With the Dawn of Warbon. I don't know what it is, but like maybe it's like the atmosphere like at the same time like that they have in the game.
Together again, at last.
It just feels
the secret of the Martyr is within arm's
more
reach.
epic.
Just imagine the possibilities if the Alpha Pariah is still there, in stasis.
Now you are talking, like the Inquisitor I used to know.
Let's go to the stasis.
I mean, it still says percent
At your command.
main hand damage, I guess, if you have a shield, right? Or does it say offhand
I see
damage?
you found reinforcements against the word bearers.
These men are the members of my expedition. I thought they were killed. I was wrong, fortunately.
I'm pretty sure it only uses main hand damage. Wow, they're all using flamers, holy shit. As long as they don't use like an actual stun ability though, losing the suppression meter doesn't hurt too much.
What do you think about this Alpha Pariah? What could it be?
Uther Tiberius wanted to create an army of fallen demons, resistant to the
Nightblade
power.
departed. I don't know, Nightblades are a little weird sometimes, yeah.
That it was not.
Or he realized that an army needs a commander.
I don't know if the Alpha Pariah was someone he found during his journey, or if he obtained her through some dark means. But eventually, he had her in his grasp.
And now his...
Behold the words of the prophecy! In the darkest reaches of the void, on the cursed monastery hidden among the living storms, there is the anathema that shall be destroyed. I will make the revelation come true.
Not while I breathe, creature.
Death to the servants of the corpse emperor. Don't think to stay.
Yo, what? This is a fucking Imperial Knight? Like a Chaos Knight? Wait, what? Okay. Seems legit. Yeah, it's like warping and the loot is like being dropped basically from somewhere, some dropship. I don't know. Oh, he's a sword? He doesn't look like a sword at all. Where are my buffs? Oh no, this is no actual Imperial Knight. Or like Chaos Knight, I guess. Just like some... some different Dreadnought basically, I guess.
To open the gate?
Wait, I see human remains. One of Uther's acolytes by the looks of it. Let's take a look.
Yeah, those skeletons have been dead for a long time there, looking at them. There's so much lore.
Anything useful?
That is an understatement. Now we know that Uther Tiberius was gravely wounded during the rebellion in the monastery. His trusted men decided to take him off the Martyr with a certain Captain Van Winter at the helm of the rescue ship. He had secured the secret weapon before he fell, though. By the Emperor, what is this?
Remarkable. It looks like a barrier of pure psychic energy. A tapestry of madness made substance. Another example of Uther's arcane designs, I suppose. Are you ready to enter?
I have died for this secret once.
Are we the Chaos or are we the baddies?
Through that barrier.
I mean, we are an Inquisitor, that's for sure. What we're exactly doing though?
By the grace of the Emperor, I cannot enter.
Did you see anything?
She is there. The Alpha Pariah is inside. So close and yet unreachable.
There must be a way.
No, you were right. This barrier was designed by Uther himself.
Yeah, I mean,
he made sure that nobody can enter without
imagine being a good guy in Warhammer.
The barrier can only be disabled with his Inquisitorial rosette.
But a rosette is the personal symbol of our authority. Each rosette is unique, and Uther has been dead for centuries. It is impossible. You are telling me that it was all in vain? We have failed.
No. Uther Tiberius was taken from the Martyr to an unknown destination, and I will find where that place is. I am an Inquisitor. Nothing can remain hidden from me. I will uncover that rosette, even if I have to burn down the whole sector.
What is our next step?
We are treading on dangerous ground. Uther Tiberius was so obsessed with fighting the powers of chaos that he ventured too far. Even his most trusted followers turned against him when they realized what he was planning to do.
Who cares about ignorant fools?
You must surely be aware what the Alpha Pariah could become. Uther Tiberius
what about the Tau Empire?
The gods of chaos so desperately that he decided to create a god of his own.
Salamanders are cute, yeah.
I understand. And this is why we must continue his work. For the Emperor.
Oh shit. Meaningful choices? The very existence of the Alpha Pariah borders on heresy. The doctrines must be upheld at any costs. You are right, we must use her powers to fight the tides of chaos. The fight of Imperium justifies the means. Join them or get decimated? I mean, yeah, but they fight for the greater good, right? So they have to be good, right? Copium. Alright, what does the chat say? Puritan or radical? You can vote now if you want. Space communists? Like Eastern themed space communists? I mean, kinda. Is that some kind of Warhammer meme, or is it not like humans are the good guys and demons are the bad guys? No, in Warhammer, like, everyone is the bad guy. Like, the humans aren't good guys in Warhammer either. They're, like, either fascists or, like, just religious fascists, basically. They're either just pure fascist or, like, religious fascist. Or like very, very religious fascists. Demons are really bad for sure. I mean, yes and no. The demons are like more natural, I feel like. Sometimes. But also, I mean, they also want to kill everything and infest everything, so. Yeah, the humans who have joined Chaos are more like the people who have like fallen to like the standard, like so-called, like, I don't know, like how do you say that? Dem Laster. How do you say that? That have like kind of like basically like the people who like the people who are like still with the Imperium are, I mean, the normal guardsmen are like kind of like still like kind of more like that's like normal humans, like neither good nor evil, just like standard normal people. The entire Imperium is really fascist though, and I mean, yeah. Even though like you might be like a normal soldier, and like the normal soldier itself might not be like inherently fascist, like the system he's like living in is pretty much fascist. And like the people who have like commanding positions in the Imperium are pretty fascist, basically, or like religiously fascist. And they're also like anti everything that's like kind of like a sin, you know? And like the people who have like kind of like fallen to one of the sins, they're like, they've become like followers of one of the Chaos Gods. Like Khorne being like the guy who just like kills randomly, like the god of, I don't know, like the sin of bloodlust, you could say. Nurgle, like the sin of being like uncareful of like diseases, I guess, or something like that. Slanesh is the most obvious one, like just like everything about like sex is Slanesh, right? So like anyone who's had like excessive orgies became like a follower of Slanesh, basically. And then Sinch, right? Sinch is kind of like mysteries, and in a way you could say like science maybe as well, or some kind of like psychic sciences and stuff like that. Humans are good, you heretic. Yeah. I mean, all the others are even worse, I guess, in a way.
You are right. We must use her powers to fight the tides of chaos.
I mean, the Emperor himself was like good, apparently. But I mean, the Emperor is dead, basically, and like being held alive from like other people, and the people who
risking excommunication and death.
Yeah.
But first, I have
are now in power are very much like
I need your help to
not that good
secure this
anymore.
chamber while I'm gone.
Yeah, 40k is an interesting universe with like all the moralities and stuff, and
But are you aware
like all the different factions are actually like very interesting. Like it's way more interesting than fantasy in my opinion. Like Warhammer Fantasy is, I don't know, it's like a bit more bland, I guess, and 40k is actually, to be honest, like from the looks of like some of the ridiculousness of like some of the looks of the Space Marines and so on, like you might think it's not that deep, but it actually has like pretty decent lore. Alright, so now I've unlocked the radical plus of 3 or what? Because I'm a radical and not a Puritan? No? Still not? Morality. Oh. Morality chart. During investigation, sometimes you must make a morality choice. These are tough decisions. Sometimes you have to decide someone's fate. Every story-based investigation has morality choices. Dude, this is like the one Star Wars game where you could like become a Sith Lord or like a Jedi, right? Reminds me of that system. It was pretty cool actually. Whatever it was called, but it was a really cool game actually. You can also obtain morality points through priority assignments, which could contain radical or Puritan choices between missions. Alright, so radical is more damage, Puritan is more resistance. Okay. I'm at radical 50 right now. Unlocks Holy Moly Shield. Okay. Demon Forged Item Enchantments. Okay. Interesting. I kind of want to just like rush for this, I guess. Yeah. I mean, 40k is way more like, you know, true to reality than say something like Star Wars is. Like Star Wars is way more like black and white.
Captain,
I feel like. I mean, or like at least it has been in the past.
Almost my entire clan
Maybe not as
has been
much anymore,
purged
but
on account of their heretical acts. I was found worthy of redemption, and I'm assisting the work of the Inquisition as a
just thought it was
captain.
for lonely neckbeards that like painting little figurines and some shit.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, StarCraft is based on Warhammer 40k as well. Like StarCraft was originally meant to be basically something like a Dawn of War game.
All his accounts too.
But then they for some reason they didn't get the license.
It was hidden on our flagship, the Astute Cavalier.
Like StarCraft and StarCraft 2 could have been like actually 40k games if like Blizzard got the Games Workshop license back in the day, but for some reason it didn't, which is weird because like Games Workshop seems to like give pretty much anybody the license.
On a void station. Those who survived the purge
except for Blizzard back in the day.
ended up there.
Maybe because they fucked up like giving Blizzard the license, they now give the license to like pretty much anybody. Because they don't want to like fuck up again. I don't know. I mean, yeah, the main game, the main like board game though is, yeah, you could call it like Neckbeard Central. Yeah, I feel like the entire world around it and like also the games are, in a way, like more interesting than like rolling a dice and like every time you like shoot with like some self-painted figure at another like self-painted figure, and like it's very like D&D based, I feel like, the tabletop, like with the rolls and so on. But I don't know. I mean, I know one guy who's playing it though, and he's not a bad, like he's a very cool guy. Like I only know one guy in real life who's playing it, and he's a very, very cool guy. I mean, he's also a very smart guy, actually. So maybe it like depends on like the people that you're playing with.
as well. I mean, it always does, I guess. We got our first psalm. Actually, we got two. Animus Psalm and Terminus Psalm. Damage bonus for 2 seconds on a kill and 50% damage bonus against blinded and hallucinating enemies. Are these things you put in your sockets? Or how does that work? I guess so. Sorry. Chance to fear on hits, blah 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 blah. Telekinesis psychic powers, I mean, sure. Okay, let's use this one. And then see if we can put in... I mean, this one doesn't really do anything, right? How do you do this? Do this at the enchanter, I guess. The crafter guy. Henri Saville has 40k figurines, try calling him a neckbeard. I mean, some people just have them and don't even play. I mean, I also know a girl that has like, or like a woman that has Tyranids, and she never played Warhammer ever. She just likes to paint them and then give them names. That's all she does with the figurines. She doesn't actually like play them. Because she wouldn't want her figurines to be hurt in battle. Select an item. Wait, does it? Wait, can I not have my inventory here? I mean, my actual equipment. Where's my equipment? But the fact it's not a game where you only get to play the good guys and they always win is really good. Cuff, Grim Dawn, Cuff. Are you the good guy in Grim Dawn though? I would dare to say I don't know, if you think that you're the good guy in Grim Dawn, then you haven't read the lore properly. Because Grim Dawn is very much like 40k lore actually as well, like when it comes to morality. Like if you think the witch gods are the good guys, for example, in Forgotten Gods, and you're like helping the good guys against Korvac, I have bad news for you. You have to unequip. Okay, so like I unequip this now here and then socketing. Okay, select an item. Wait, no. What? No, how do I just put it inside? Can't you put these in, or are these like not for the sockets? Ah, that's current gear. Wait, how does this work? Imagine reading the tutorial. Right click item, drag and drop into items. Wait, didn't I do that? You need sockets. Empty socket. I mean, I don't have sockets. Add the tech priest. Oh, I have to put it here? Ah, I thought like in the item. Okay. Okay, I got it now. But yeah, thanks for the help, guys. We made it. Pog you. It's great for just collecting. You have some myself. You would have some for yourself if you had them in your country. Huh. I mean, the thing is, I think I would rather play the game than paint the figurines, because
Talk to me.
I mean, maybe it's fun to paint.
Information schematics received
I can't really like see myself doing that stuff though.
have been analyzed. The abduction cases
I can rather see myself being the neckbeard, like actually playing the game.
Insufficient, but this is the location where most abductees disappeared.
Can you scan the area? Until now, only the underhives have been affected, but the abductions are beginning to threaten the stability of the hive. We have no time to lose.
Agreed. Current procedure is inefficient. Deploying Scryer Skull units immediately. Initiating data-gnostic litanies.
I will follow the trend to the underhive. Contact me when you have to.
Yeah, I kinda miss these enemies like actually talking and not just like having pop-ups over their head saying like reading charge and stuff like that. Like why didn't they actually like say charge? I think they actually did I manage to do it again? How even?
Reconnaissance ritual completed. 3 locations identified with the highest likelihood of yielding further intelligence. Praise the Omnissiah.
Okay, all I do right now is just like hold down all my buttons. Where I hold down my left click, my right click, my E and my W. Like I literally don't like ever remove anything. And if I need more shield, I will press like R and Q, right? Other than that, I hold down this, I hold down this, I hold down this and this. Like I hold down these 4 buttons, right? This is interesting gameplay, I'll say that.
Are becoming extremely difficult due to interference. But there is a high probability of harmful devices in your vicinity.
Your calculations are correct, but late again.
Activating penitent circuits on the data serves for their sluggish processing.
Because this class has literally infinite mana. The only thing that like basically being in quotation marks like out of mana does, or like it's the opposite of that, and just like being overheated is like spawn like random warp storms and like random like warp enemies. But I mean, if you have a mobility skill like this on 0 cooldown, you can just, you know, like, I don't know, dodge everything anyway. The only thing that like could kill me earlier was like if I got my suppression down to 0 and then got like CC'd and then died, right? But now I have like suppression, like I get full suppression basically when I use a pot, so yeah.
Teleport beacon in red.
Wait, where'd I have to go? Oh, in the middle. Oh shit, I actually didn't set up my inoculator to do that. No, fuck. I swapped my inoculator, right? No! My pots actually don't give me back suppression, protection. Monk, fuck. Like the one thing that's important, I fucked up.
Whoops. Oh well. Who needs that anyway, right? Who even needs that? Lore, Omega lore.
The corruption seems to seep to the depths of the underworld.
Kill streak, just like D3. Yeah. Max level is 100, right? I'm like level 35 now, or something like that. Like 33, 34, and the gameplay is already like this. I don't know how I feel about that. 33. Level 33. Yeah, this one needs to be a absorbent. Wait, what? Instantly restores full HP and suppression on use. Take 5 vulnerability stack for 20 seconds. Honestly, this one is good enough. I mean, this is good, I guess, if you only have like one red socket and nothing else. I mean, I could use this one for something else, right? This is a red, green, or yellow socket. I could like do this one to be that, and then this one to be like something else. Should I put it to impossible now? I don't know. Impossible always seemed kind of like when I build like this, I'm just gonna die.
You're
I think.
back.
What the fuck, Hans? You can't pronounce Uwu? What's wrong with Hans? Thank you so much for the resubs, Grab. 10 months.
I have arrived at the location.
Much appreciated support.
This must be the lair of the cult.
Foul, lying heretics.
How's oh yeah, Ohio. Should be like 8 AM for you, right? Oh yeah, is 8 AM okay for you tomorrow, by the way? Or like 8:30-ish, I don't know what you have. Probably have like family stuff planned, but maybe you have time. Maybe. Should be fine. For you. Oh, you saw what Mykolos wrote in the Discord, maybe.
Off with you.
I will. This build is so fucking stupid, man. Like, what is this? It's just zoom at this point. Looks like Grim Dawn, yeah. Almost. This gameplay is very tactical right here.
Dozens must have been sacrificed straight.
What? That was the entire mission. Oh my god. What the fuck? Imagine using cover, lol. Imagine using cover. Talk to Omicron Arc. Who? Oh, this guy?
Tech Priest. I couldn't help but notice that the Tech Priest I found at the Monolith was a member of a requisitional expedition, just like you. They conducted research here, and now the Monolith is stirring. Makes me wonder why these expeditions are always connected to heretical activities. Care to explain?
As you request. Full disclosure is the most logical solution at this point. Everything else hinders efficiency. The Adeptus Mechanicus,
I'm still triggered that they didn't make the text of the NPCs not tucked down to the bottom as well, like for the player.
Elaborate.
Like this looks good, right? But this one is like just wobbling around when the camera moves.
And Xenos relics in the Caligari sector.
Triggers me.
To tech heresy?
Negative, Inquisitor.
Because like there is a solution in the game that's just better, like why not use the better solution?
67.8% of the local Xenorites serve Inquisitors. Mostly the ones you call radicals.
Should I find this reassuring? It doesn't mean it's not heresy, only that it could be widespread heresy.
Logical conclusion.
Everyone does it, it's not heresy, it's still heresy, just like everyone is a heretic. Yep.
Investigating the location could provide useful data.
Or a meeting.
Wobbly text is good.
Wretched cultists.
I don't know about that one. Wobbly text helps screen shake. Yeah, it looks like screen shake just like for text, which is... The game has screen shake, by the way. I obviously like instantly disabled it, because why would you play with screen shake? Maybe I should try playing this level with screen shake. Like, see how bad it looks like when you have a build like this right now. It's kind of zoomy already. Where's screen shake? Gameplay. There was screen shake, right? Somewhere. Wait, was there not? Or was that in Wolsom? Flashlight. Character flashlight. What? Maybe it doesn't have it. Weird. Yo, Heaven Workman. I thought for sure it does have it. I don't know, maybe I can't find it.
Data search detect 3 locations with faint traces of
Alright,
machine
activate
spirit
buffs.
activity. Closer inspection
And
recommended.
zoom.
Marauders defiling the sanctuaries of the Omnissiah need to be eliminated.
Ready to zoom. There is a Warp Master. Alright, this guy might be a bit tougher. Maybe we can't just spam skulls at this guy. Yep, no, we can't. Oh shit, I don't know. Oh shit, he explodes. Oh god. Overwhelmed. Alright, let's use the cover mechanic for the one thing it's good for. Holding space and then like recovering suppression bar. Like literally the only thing it's good for.
Warning. Next security door is locked with a code anathema. A primitive but efficient method to bar the mechanics. You should be able to override it.
Just open the door. Holy fuck. These guys are very fucking guilty. Wait, what? What? Why do I have lore on my face now? Is it because I clicked on something? I guess I clicked on something, yeah. It's like mid-combat I just have like lore on my face. Okay. Holy shit, this guy's annoying. And these guys are actually hard now. Zoom, zoom, zoom.
Incoming gas attack. Time to leave this lovely sea.
An errant boy of the rotting emperor. Oh, consider it. I will paint this chamber red with your blood.
This guy actually had a decent voice acting for once. Like, better than the others. That's for sure.
Apparently the Chaos Marines are the masters.
Dude, what's happening? Can you even watch this? Like, I can't almost like watch it myself, man. Is that RF? The fire circle around me is RF, but it's not really dealing any damage. But it is RF, yeah. I mean, the RF part is like... yeah, like no damage, as you can see. My actual skills are... this is my like default attack. Then I have this zap here, which deals pretty good damage. I have this shockwave here, which deals pretty decent damage. Like AoE more, but like less single target, this actual single target. And then I have like this as like movement slash single target. Since now that I have no cooldowns or some insane synergy. I mean, these skills are like low cooldown skills. This skill has 0.5 second cooldown by default as well, and I have no idea why, because this is fucking imbalanced as fuck. Like, I don't know. And this is a skill you get just by equipping a weapon, right? Like in this skill, in this game you have like many skills that are like basically determined by weapons. The Psyker class is one of the few that also has like basically an actual skill tree. Pretty much all other classes, for the most part, get only like their skills from weapons. And I mean, this one is from my staff, like from my wand rather. Like only this one gives you this attack, and only this type of sword gives you this like dash. If I have a different sword, right, then I wouldn't be able to like even move here, right? Like, then I have this one here, which has 4-second cooldown, and it just is like it's like a default attack. It's like a 4-second cooldown default attack that does like this one swing and nothing else. And this thing is a 0.5 second attack with a dash. And then like how is this even a thing? Like, why would you ever play this over this? Like, and the Force Sword is the third weapon you can use on your offhand. That's the attack. Like that's the attack. I don't understand it at all. Like, what is the balancing in this game? Makes no sense to me whatsoever. At least on this class. I mean, I guess on all, maybe like all the classes are like this, more or less. On the Crusade that I played like last stream, I felt the same with like the skill that you get from your armor. Like not only do you get like skills from your weapons, but also from your like main armor. You get like one skill. And the Crusader can choose between like three different like basically main armor types. One of them gives you like a jetpack, which is like well a movement ability. The other one is a like missile barrage that like stun locks you and deals like no damage and doesn't hit anyway. And the third one is like a turret that you can put down, which is also kind of good, you think at first, but like apparently it doesn't scale with you, so like early on it actually is good, and then it just dies and does nothing. I don't know. Unless you have maybe like specific gear for it, I have no idea.
Welcome, fellow seeker of the truth.
So it's kind of weird.
That you can't receive the
I heard myself to cast. Yeah, when I'm like, I have basically like a resource, right? Like this warp stuff.
From the bonds of your existence. What is this?
Like all my psychic abilities, not the teleport and not the standard default attack from my wand.
Looks like your friend freed you from the burden of your limbs.
What?
Emperor.
What is this porn acting? So my E, I'm burning. Let me just show you real quick somewhere else maybe. Kill this guy real quick as well. Okay, so my E doesn't cost health because it's like a default attack, right? This is literally the default attack from this weapon, so it doesn't cost any health. And this one is also the default attack from my other weapon. All other skills in a Psyker cost like warp heat, right? You basically like overheat. Or like this one costs like 7 heat, right? And like once you are red, the character says like the warp will eat me alive, something like that, right? You can basically like have to struggle with the warp, the energies of chaos in your head, and you get like basically like random, it's kind of like those god events from like Inquisitor Martyr, right? Like evil events like around you. As long as you're like in green and not in yellow, it's totally fine, but like once you enter a red area, you well become like mad, or like the warp like overtakes you in a way. And if you keep spamming these attacks when you have full warp heat, then you will take health damage instead. But at some point, or like at least at the point where I'm right now, I don't really care about that, to be honest. Like it's just whatever. Biomantic sword is shock chain attack that has plus 25% crit damage. I mean, if you're like doing some certain like bossing map on like the hardest difficulty, then I'm pretty sure the others also matter. But like for literally everything else, like why would you ever like give up mobility, right? And I mean, you can also play of course with the teleport chest, right, at least. As I did before as well. So at least when you're playing this class, you have like maybe some kind of like, you can have like the teleport from like different stats at least, like different what's it called, like different gear slots at least. So, but the thing is, like this one doesn't cost like warp heat, right? The teleport from the chest costs warp heat. So I don't know, it felt a little weird. And you have a weapon swap, and I have like my boss basically on my second weapon here, which is like an Inferno staff, which has a weird ability in my opinion. Like the sound is weird. The ability itself was okay. But yeah, now I just like again hold on like all the abilities, like hold on all the buttons. Use a pot when I have like 0 suppression. Trying to dodge some stuff a bit maybe. You can see like I have full warp heat, and like the warp is like overtaking me. Like you can see the purple, the pink stuff in the corners of the screen, right? Which will spawn like
Inquisitor,
some events sometimes, but
might still be alive,
this mobility literally doesn't matter anyway.
Left. Send him up to the ship, and I will stabilize him for interrogation.
My task is done here. I have brought the Emperor's justice to the faithless, and avenged countless innocents.
If the teleport would cost warp heat, to build to work around different warp heat levels would be worse. Maybe. I mean, I can see like there's for example like a random like warp heat event, like these things like slowing me and so on, right? Dealing damage to me and slowing me. These only spawn like when I'm in the red area here. Yeah, I mean, I can see like builds wanting to like stay at low warp heat for some reason. I don't know, at least so far it seemed like so hard to like keep warp heat down and like still deal like decent damage. Yo, Counter Pie, welcome in, welcome in. Yes, that is correct. I will be streaming, let's see, probably on the weekend, starting Friday, 5 PM. Like my time. Suppression gained on hit. Yeah, that's actually sick. That is actually sick. Triple red. Damage bonus to the bio lightning psychic power. That's actually really good. But minus 47% duration for debuff suffered in the exposed state is also pretty good. Is it not? And these are both really good, I feel like. Oh yeah, another telekinetic rod. CDR to all skills, chance to add fizz vulnerability on physical damage dealt. It has like insane suppression levels though. Yeah. How are you doing,
How did the interrogation go?
The subject had severe objections to the procedure, but once I rearranged certain neural pathways and removed a few non-vital appendages, he became very compliant. I have a full report if you're interested in the details.
A summary will suffice.
The word-bearers wanted to take out this fool once their schemes were compromised. They are hiding in the depths of the Underhive by the largest.
He's okay, man.
They will soon
He's
perform
okay,
a
man.
grand ritual and sacrifice the remaining prisoners.
These foul traitors and their craving
Picked up
for
Dark Tide.
rituals. Anything else?
The Xenox devices are somehow connected to these dark practices, but the heretic had no additional information, apart from the usual ramblings. How should we proceed, Inquisitor?
We need to act immediately. We need a precise, surgical cut to sever the head.
Precise, surgical, and cut.
This game any good?
Excellent
I'm still
choices.
very
Start
conflicted about this game, to be
preparations
honest. Like some parts about this game are really, really good. Like some of the systems I feel like are also really interesting. But I feel like some things are also just like meshed together, like put together without like properly thinking about how things should be like balanced with each other's. And some things, like for example the cover system, feel like they might make sense on maybe like an assassin class or maybe like the Crusader class in a way, but like on this class for example it's utterly useless apart from like standing there to like regain your like suppression. Some design things, like when it comes to visuals, are good, some others look not good, some sound stuff is fine, some other sound stuff is terrible. Like it's very like hit or miss. I feel like
From
it's
the Caligari Conclave. A new assignment,
very, very
maybe.
different.
With the Conclave, you can never know.
It literally looks like the cover from Dawn of War 2. Literally like the cover from Dawn of War 2. Like with the green, yellow circles as well. And you can like press down spacebar to like take cover. If you're playing a ranged character and stuff like that, it might actually matter, but on the other hand, this is an ARPG, so like not getting hit is still like way better than like being in cover, because you're not as slow as you are like when you're a unit in a RTS game, right? You are quick as fuck in this game. So cover doesn't make any sense, because you're so quick, like you're too quick. If you were like slower, and this was more like a tactical game, which it kind of felt like in the first like 20 to 30 levels if you're playing a Crusader and like you're cranking up the difficulty, then it kind of like sometimes felt like you have to actually be tactical. But apart from that, like, no, it just doesn't make any sense. And I feel like with many weapons, at least so far, I feel like some of them are just, compared to others, like so much worse. Like the balance is so weird.
According to my astropath, there's been a cascade of fresh astropathic
But the game has many things like taken over from Diablo 3, Dawn of War 2, and tries to like mix and match some of those things, and some things like match better and others just don't match for this kind of game. They just don't match. Which overall makes this a game a very, I think, like very interesting game actually, because they're trying something that like other RPGs haven't tried before. It's a bit messy in the end, in my opinion. It's a bit messy. It's not, I mean, it doesn't crash or like not save your character like Wolcen does. Like it's better than that in my opinion, actually. Like Wolcen is way more of like a classic RPG. This one tries many new things, and it reminds me a lot of like Dawn of War 2 in many things. So to me personally right now, it feels more interesting to play than something like Wolcen right now. I mean, apart from like me being salty about Wolcen like deleting my character again, of course. This game does have like lots of systems in a way as well. Yeah, I mean, to me Dawn of War 2 was a downgrade to Dawn of War 1. However, the campaign in Dawn of War 2 was really fun. I think like the single player campaign in Dawn of War 2 was like with the progression system and like the squads and like upgrading and like finding the gear as well. It was kind of like ARPG like in a way. It was, I think, like more fun than Dawn of War 1 campaign. But like for multiplayer matches and stuff like that, like Dawn of War 2 was absolute ass compared to Dawn of War 1. Like 1 was just way more fun. I mean, it was like more of a classic RTS. It's a head cover system, but like in a way not as like, I don't know. Dawn of War 2 was like a tactical RTS, not an actual RTS, I feel like. Or like not a classic RTS. I mean, to be fair, like Dawn of War 2 was a Company of Heroes copy with like a Warhammer skin like over it, right? I feel like visually though, Dawn of War 2 in many ways like actually look better than this game.
These traitors live in defiance of our divine majesty. They corrupt the souls of innocents.
Right, like look at how quick I am, right? Like why would I need to cover? You can always like, you see these like bubbles here, right? Like these circles. You can like press space to like go into cover here. Like here, like take cover here. You can like shoot while being in cover as well, like shoot above the cover. I mean, this makes sense if like, you know, the gameplay was like this, right? You go from like thing to thing, take cover, shoot. If the gameplay was like this, it would make sense. But the actual gameplay is like this, right? This is the actual gameplay. So I don't know, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, this guy's heavy, holy moly. Am I a Psyker? Yeah, that's a Psyker. This is like the mage class. Okay, I guess for this guy, for example, I should like use different skills and like different weapon maybe to like actually have like armor piercing stuff. But I don't know. Well, Crusade is level 50. Oh.
Inquisitor, my navigator has reported a small-scale warp surge manifesting in this segment. We can't
And I guess it's kind of like good to like get through the campaign quickly. At least like rush through the maps and so on. The game seems actually pretty big though. Like there's so many like side missions you can do as well. I'm skipping all of them so far. But it's very much also like Dawn of War 2 system where you're basically like on your ship and then like being ported onto like planets and so on, doing basically like maps there. It's kind of like mapping being unlocked at like level 10 already, in a way. But you also have like main campaign maps, which are basically what I'm doing right now. But it's not like interconnected world, it's just like you have the base, which is like your ship, and you're like being ported onto like other ships or like other planets from that one.
Lackey of the false emperor.
And the
ritual. The warp will bring the fires of destruction and show you the power of the true gods.
No mercy for the heretic. No forgiveness for the traitor. Always have a grimoire somewhere. I need to find it.
Yeah, good luck with the zoom weapon drop. No, every Aether Blade, which is like 1 out of 3. There's one, for example, right? Every Aether Blade has that as a default attack. It is literally the default attack of the weapon. This one right here. Like, weapons determine your skills, partially at least. So this one has like telekinetic shockwave as a default attack, this one has like Aether Strike as a as a default attack. And Aether Strike is literally this. This is literally the default attack. So no, it's not lucky drop, it's just funny. No, you can literally buy a white item from the vendor and it will have that ability. It is, however, the melee weapon that you unlock the latest, I think. So like, you can't get it at level 1, but like at level 15. I maxed out at 100. What is this? Relic Shard. This one also needs like a socket, I guess. And weapon range damage bonus for single target skills, and other and armor range damage reduced by 7%. Okay. Seems like a decent thing to put in your armor then. How easy is it to respec? I think you can buy...
The Conclave has sent you a message, Inquisitor.
I have received your report, and
like basically you buy items. It's like you buy regret orbs.
However,
like there's like regret orbs basically from PoE, and you just buy them from the basic vendor.
Especially the ones that concern the role of
And
the
they
Adeptus
cost
in the
money.
unfolding events. I cannot stress enough the importance of thorough field work. Carelessness leads to negligence, which will eventually lead to anti-imperial activities.
Yeah, in-game money.
All in all, great work. The Emperor protects.
I can show you how much I have right now. Like, I don't know, what is this level? I didn't buy pretty much anything apart from maybe like 1 or 2 weapons so far.
You have a message from the Caligari Conclave.
Inquisitor,
you
have successfully...
It's showing me the same message again. Hello. I have 245k credits. And this one right here, Mind Reset. Costs 20k, will award 1 skill tree reset point. So 1 costs 20k, so I could buy like 12 right now. And I guess these are the passives, and I have 37 distributed right now. So to like respec all of this, I would need more money than I currently have. Yeah, and then you have basically like this thing is like Diablo 3 Smith, right? You have like Master's Mantle to get like stuff. But I think also one of the reasons why I don't have like money right now is because I've been usually dismantling and not selling stuff. If I would like sell some more stuff, then there's no hardcore in this game. However, there are hardcore like Crusades. So to say. Oh, I could do this one. I could do the Zircon Void Shard Crusade, right? I mean, maybe they're level 50, but... Should we try a Crusade? I'm level 36. Okay, let's try here. Launch Crusade. This is the mission tree for the Crusade. Select the individual missions to read the briefing information about them. Note that there are hidden missions that aren't visible from the start. To read them, keep an eye out for the select info fragments and events during Void Crusade mission. So, Crusades seem to be basically kind of like roguelike dungeons or like something like that, but you build your own route, it seems like, and you have like a total life count. You can also put it to hardcore, then you have only like 1 life, and then like the Crusade is done. The Crusade increases in difficulty as you progress. Mission located in choke points increase the difficulty by 1. You have a limited amount of tries allowed before the Crusade itself is failed. Pick your missions wisely. So, I guess it's kind of like... What's it called? Maybe a bit like Delve, even? Like roguelike map hunt? Yeah, this is actually pretty cool. Like, as I said, like there are many like cool ideas in this game. I feel like it's really, really cool actually. But some things just seem like scuffed. Isn't that he trying to do something similar with the Monolith? Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I mean, Monolith has similar-ish, I guess. You've never seen me ID any items? I mean, this game, just like any other reasonable game, has no IDing, because IDing is a concept that shouldn't exist anymore in the current year, in my opinion. It's just like outdated as fuck, like, I don't know. What's the point of IDing? Cannot sell un-ID'd items. Yeah, but you don't need to here. unID'd market is big. Yeah, it's, I don't know, it's gambling. Keys are used to open reward chests at the end of the Crusade with info fragments. You always say it's gambling and then end. I mean, of course they're like different, you know, like steps of gambling, or like different, how do you say, like different tiers of gambling, but it's... I mean, compared to buying an item where you know the stats, of course it's gambling. What else is it? Like, if you can buy an item, or like buy an item where you don't know the stats from, it's gambling. It's just like buying like Counter-Strike cases and stuff like that. So what? I mean, I personally despise gambling in a way. I mean, I know like looted RPGs itself is already gambling, but I don't know. I just don't like gambling that much in general. I say that as I'm playing RPGs, I know, it's kind of hypocritical, I guess you could say. But there, as I said, like, there are different, like, tiers of gambling. I don't know. Like, for example, like, buying something, it doesn't matter if it's, like, real money or, like, in-game money, like, currency, where you don't know what you're getting. It's something I would personally like just never do. Like I would never buy something that's unID'd in Path of Exile, for example, like never ever. Just wouldn't interest me. I would, if I knew the game. I mean, maybe, but that would also like make me hate the game then. Probably. Yeah, you're playing like a spreadsheet market game. You're playing like, but I mean, in a way, like everything more or less is like spreadsheet gaming or like spreadsheet living in real life as well. Like many things are spreadsheets, of course, but are like dependent on like RNG in a way. And you might always be like on the better or the worse end of the stick. I don't know. Crafting items in Grimdonal's gambling? I mean, it is, definitely. But it's like, the gambling part of it, like, doesn't matter that much. Unless you're crafting conduits. I mean, as I said, like, when like, the gambling part is like a small part of the actual thing, where like, it doesn't matter that much, I don't mind it. Like, I don't know, maybe like buying some unID'd items in PoE is like, you know... I mean, to me, like, when you say unID'd, I think, like, you don't know anything about the item, right? Like, to me, unID'd is like, you pick up the item in PoE, and you haven't put the ID scroll on it yet, so you don't know anything about the item. So you don't know anything about it, right? If it's like a legendary, then you kind of like know what it's gonna be, right? And then it's just like the rolls that are random. I mean, okay. The legendary, like buying unID legendaries can sometimes make sense, I guess. I mean, that makes some more sense. Alright, let's go back to this game here real quick though. Keys are used to open reward chests at the end of the Crusade, and info fragments allow you to see the possible contents of the first few chests. I guess, talking about IDing, there's literally IDing here with the chests that you can get from the Crusades. Like, this is literally IDing right here. I mean, there you go. There's your IDing. It doesn't exist so far, but you can use info fragments to ID chests that you can open with keys that you get from Crucibles, from the Crusade. You gain keys by completing missions, while info fragments can be found during missions. I mean, this is literally IDing, right? There are chests,
You get keys, you get info fragments, and then you can ID the chests, so like you have a better idea of like what you wanna open here. Yep. That's okay, I mean... You have one, I guess. What can I say? Okay, Drukari are Dark Elder. So here you find the Dark Elders, here you find like Corn Chaos Demons. You can go either here or here. This is a rescue mission, this is a Kalos Hunt mission. The Crusade is the level of my character. It's literally the same level, apparently. You can put in tarot cards. I guess tarot cards are like modifiers in a way. Pick cards from Uther's tarot deck to enhance the missions with extra difficulty and unique reward bonuses. Dude, this is actually super nice. Like, you collect cards, right? Which have basically, like the cards are basically the modifiers, right? And you can choose which modifiers to put on your map. This is actually a really good system. It's like PoE mapping system, but I feel like it's maybe even better, I don't know. I mean, it might be more basic, okay, but like, so far, it seems really cool. Wait, doesn't Torchlight Infinite have the same, like, mapping system with the cards as well? Like, with your, like, you build your deck or something like that, and like, the deck is like your modifiers on the map and stuff like that? Should have called info keys scrolls of information. No, they're fragments. They're not keys. The keys are this, and the keys are always the same, but you use the keys to like open the chests. Every card has hazard unique effects, usually making the fight much more challenging, but they also give several reward bonuses. After you select a card for the mission, it will roll a specific reward and hazard for you. After the setup, you can't change the hazard by removing cards until you fail or succeed that mission. Okay, You can't change the hazard by removing cards until you fail or succeed that mission. I mean, so far so easy. You have the chance to gain cards as a reward after the missions to progress them. If you collect enough from them, blah, 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 you can level up to boost the reward bonus of that card. Okay. Upgrade. Major and Minor Arcana. There are two card types, Major and Minor Arcana. You will be able to choose only one card from the Minor Arcana and one Major and two Minor, okay? Alternatively, you will find consumable appearance seals which are very similar to the tarot cards, but these will be destroyed upon starting the mission. Like one-time modifiers, basically. Dude, why does Last Epoch not have the system? The system is like so much better than Monolith and LE, I feel like. Like on a system basis, like on a theory system, like on a theory basis, that seems like so much better. You don't understand the system? You have three like modifier slots basically, right? You have, and the cards are modifiers. So you put in modifiers, but you only know the positive. The negative is a bit more vague, like randomized disadvantage or hindrance to your character. Okay, I mean, I guess if these were like a bit more deterministic. It's like semi-random, semi-deterministic, like randomized restrictions and penalties to dying, for example. All reward plus 80, increased chance to gain high quality. Yeah, okay, just like more loot, I guess. Okay, how do I put this here now? Hello?
choose. Can I put it inside? Select. Okay, every 5 minutes your character loses a life. What? What? Every 5 seconds, every 5 minutes you just die. Okay, like losing a life is like dying. So you have to clear the map in like sub 5 minutes, otherwise you die. Hardcore viable, yeah. Alright, and then you have these minor arcanas, but you can deselect the card. I don't think you can actually. Oh, you can. Oh, you can. You can deselect the card. Okay, but this card type will have this negative modifier for this map until you clear the map. Yeah, the roll... Okay, the negative roll is locked now until you clear the map, but you can deselect. So, okay, so you could like, you know, just put in all the... Wait, what? You can just like put in all of these, right? And then you basically have like a bunch of fixed rolls that you can then choose from. Yeah, I mean, if you can do that anyway, they could have just like rolled all the modifiers on the cards when you like select the map, right? And then like showed all the rolls like when you click on them instead of like showing random stuff. Right now you'd have to like check all of them, like write them down. Unpolished as fuck, but cool system. Honestly, that's basically this entire game. I feel like this entire game has so many cool systems. Like this one also is very nice, but the execution is unpolished as fuck. I feel like the system is also like way more interesting than Ice Epoch system, but it's... yeah. It's like worth $50 when they finally patch it, yeah. The game has been out for 5 years, no patch to this crap. Yeah, they only had 5 years, just give them more time. It's like one of those games, like Wolcen for example, that like you come back to it after like 3 years and like there's still like some bugs where you think like, why was this not fixed like on day one? Right? Like why was some of these like not fixed by day one? And this one, like whoever made the system, I mean it's a cool system, right? But like, whoever made the system didn't actually like ever play the system while trying to like break the system, or like it didn't, like I don't know, like what we just did here, right? Like we came up with like this idea of like putting in all the cards and like deselecting them again because the roll is locked and you can like check all the locked rolls in like 2 minutes, right? Like how did the developer of this not think of that in like 2 minutes when making the system? I mean, okay, I know sometimes when you're like the developer and you're like drawing, like making a system on like paper basically, or like in an Excel sheet or whatever, like you don't see this kind of stuff maybe instantly. But at the very least, like when it's in the game, right, you would see this like instantly. And then you give this feedback like either from playtesters or like you see this yourself, or like you maybe like see someone play this at some point and then you fix it like with the first patch, right? You couldn't deselect before. Okay, if you can't deselect, then that system actually makes sense. But I feel like some of these things that they have patched in actually are like, they patched the game in a way so that their original systems don't make any sense anymore. But they've patched in things that I feel like the community asked for without like actually realizing that they have to maybe like change the system a little bit as well then. And yeah, this seems like some kind of like developers listening to feedback like blindly without like actually thinking of the consequences of like patching the game in the way like people want it to be patched. You think way too much into it. When you select tarot cards 99% of the time you don't care about negative things anyway. I mean that's not because you shouldn't do it, about like that's because the game is like terribly balanced. That's a balance issue. That's not a system issue, honestly. It's a balance issue. Or like the design of the... Okay, what was the negative here now? Enemies reflect 2% of all damage as warp damage. I mean, you know, like if this doesn't matter, like maybe the number isn't like high enough, you know, like that's a balance issue of the modifiers. It's not like the system itself is like necessarily bad. Physical damage bonus for enemies, okay. I mean, many of these seem like more like Grim Dawn modifiers rather than PoE modifiers. Or like, I mean... I don't know if this is like additive or multiplicative and like how much percent the enemies already have. Kinda hard to know. But I mean 83%, like you taking 83% more damage from melee damage, that would actually matter. Like if you got hit by melee damage. If it's like multiplicative, you know. The mission has a time limit and each killed enemy adds some time. This seems... maybe like less punishing than losing a life. You start with only 1 life, but killing 50 enemies add 1 more up to a max of 4 lives. Wait, don't you have like 5 lives in total for the entire Crusade though? Like why would you wanna die in the first place? In PoE, you played a witch and took the perk where you pierced immunities so you could never care about map mods. You played this game before 2.0, after 2.0, quite a lot better now than before. Huh. Yeah, right now I'm like only dealing warp damage, for example. And like non-armor piercing stuff. I mean, I have actually like decent warp res, I think, so maybe this one is fine. I mean, this one is probably whatever. And then another one, what do we take here? I don't know, what is execution? More HP on command and villains? I mean, okay. Let's try this one. Slowmancer when? I don't know, I don't have the whole game yet. Slowmancer's the pixel game, right? Snoremancer.
The very existence of this filth defiles the Imperium. They may be great in numbers, but if we sever the head, the body will
Oh, these are Dark
die.
Elders, right?
Kill their leaders and break their will.
Oh no, we only have to kill the leaders, but what am I doing? Okay, maybe I shouldn't have run like a map where I need to kill leaders with mobs, with modifiers to like give the leaders more damage, I mean more health. Oh shit. There's like no cover on this map, right? Dude, what is this fog on this map? Like, you can't see shit. Like, Dark Elder probably have like really cool models, but you don't see them. You just don't see the models.
Success is measured in blood.
There will be no mercy given or taken.
Is this another Taurus? Oh, shit. Aren't Taurus like machines? Shouldn't they have like heavy armor? I mean, probably they have heavy armor. Yeah, they have heavy armor. But they like ZDPS. They're like Scorpion likes.
Witness the glory of the Emperor.
Dude, what is this map? The minimap is so bad in this game sometimes. Looks like you can walk there, but you can't.
No pity.
Humble looks great. It's like especially shiny on these kind of maps, I don't know why. It's like some kind of weird interaction between like the... I don't know. The textures maybe again or something.
You set a fine example for their kind, Inquisitor.
Inspired by Puey's delirium. The fog? Or like that you just can't see shit. These are normal Eldari. Yeah, next map. Let's see here. Warp damaged up enemies? I mean, okay. First rest for enemies, I don't care. Or horde enemies. What does horde enemies mean? Eldars are no horde, right? They're alliance, right? Eldar are like alliance. What do you mean horde? Less inoculator charges? Oh shit. I mean, just don't die, I guess. I don't know. Physical damage bonus for enemies? Okay. You start with only 2 lives? I mean, okay, who cares? Just don't die, right? Just don't die. Stolen from StarCraft 2? Yeah. Stolen from the Lost Vikings. Yep. The best part in PoE is when you instantly die from an off-screen mob casting corpse explosion in hardcore. Yeah, that's the best part.
From speaking,
The enemy has dug in at multiple strong points over the battlefield. Mount an assault and take them one by one. When the Imperial banner flies high, you will get reinforcements at your current position. Revel in carnage, Inquisitor.
Okay, who and what do we have here? Some Revenant Farseer. Dude, these Eldar have like 0 stun rest.
With all defenders slain, raise the Imperial banner high. Onwards!
Wait, and you get artillery strike on top? Wait, can I stack those? Oh yeah, I can. Spawning pets, lol. The textures of this map look so bad. What is this? Wait, what? How did I die?
Don't take unnecessary risks. One last try.
Is this part of exile? Hey, what the fuck? How did I die?
This fortified zone is finally ours. Blessed be the
warp
God
spider?
Emperor. Capture the next one.
Is this a Crusader? No, that's a Psyker. Playing a Psyker today. If you don't know how to die, like how you died on a Psyker, you blame the warp. I don't know, there were like no warp abilities next to me, I thought. I don't know. But maybe you're right.
Overran and butchered without mercy. A just end to the vial. The strong point is ours. Move on. Their demise is your salvation, Inquisitor. You gave them death generously. My compliments.
That was weird. Never honest melee. I mean, this is melee, is it not? Kind of. I don't know. Yo, Blender, welcome in. I'm playing a Psyker now instead of the Crusader today. It's been a lot more zoomy. A lot more zoomy. At least the one that I'm playing here. I'm playing a Crusade right now. This is kind of cool. Basically like a roguelike map. Wait, you guys said the yellow ones are the end, right? These are like the end of the run. And you can like run the blue maps, you can like run the purple maps, but you can't just like run the purple maps. To unlock secret missions such as this one, you have to complete certain missions, special events, or find hidden cogitators. Some secret missions are only displayed on the Void Crusade map when you unlock them, so keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. Huh.
Who's this? Rebel Guard. This is like Chaos Undivided, I guess. And it's just like Chaotic Rebels. This is Corn Demons. I quit Grim Dawn forever, yeah, definitely. Imagine. Start with only 2 lives, I mean, imagine. Yeah, this is for example a modifier that you don't want to run, right? I'm dealing pretty much only warp damage, and this would give like enemies warp resistance. So yeah, I mean, this is like a roguelike dungeon with like different maps, and like each map you can put in these like cards, and the cards are basically like modifiers. But like they say like randomized bonuses to stuff, right? And then like when you put them in, you actually like see what they do. But you can also like actually like take them out again, so I have no idea why like they're not shown already instantly. Like it's weird. But apparently it's because in the past you couldn't take them out, and now you can, and they like forgot to patch this properly. Visitors? Okay, let's go. LA will have lots of new content this weekend. So the arena will be locked. We won't be able to play arena, but we can play like campaign and monolith. And we will be playing on basically what they kind of have for 0.9, I think.
The mysterious ways of the Inquisition never cease to frighten me. They dispatch an agent of your caliber to rescue some Imperial cannon fodder. Will they get a hero's welcome or end up in an interrogation chamber? Van Winter, out.
But of course, like, not the same content that we will have in March, because, you know, like, it's another, like, 2 months until March. And what are we fighting here? Oh yeah, right, Corn Demons. Honestly, there are like many good models in this game. Like enemy models are actually pretty decent, like very true to the tabletop as well, and like good variety actually as well, like Corn Demons, Nurgle Demons. Got some Berserkers here, like as you should have with Corn. Berserker Marines. And Corn Berserker Marines. Eldar, Dark Eldar. I haven't seen Orc yet. Tyranids, like all like different like kind of rebel guardsmen.
These ones are lucky to be alive. There is more that need your help.
There are no orcs. No green skin, what the fuck? Aren't they like a staple usually in these kind of games? I guess for the Inquisition, it's not like a big theme, right? Like the Inquisition doesn't really care about orcs, because orcs are just orcs. Orcs are just like savages. They are not really like heretics. Like chaos is way more important. And chaos means also Dark Eldar. I don't know what like normal Eldar here. I guess like Xenos. I mean, orcs are like no different than Eldar though for the Inquisition. But I guess because they already like made Dark Eldar a thing, they were like, yeah, let's just add normal Eldar as well. Why am I like super stunned here? What the fuck? Evacuate all captives. Oh. These guys here? Alright, are you being evacuated? Hello? Hello? What the fuck? Some Nurgle guy randomly spawning as well? Oh, they're following me. And we have to bring them to the purple evacuation point. I see, now it makes sense.
These ones are lucky to be alive. There is more that need your help.
I mean, look at this map variety as well. I mean,
map variety. Okay, the maps themselves, I feel like, don't look that good. But, like, objective variety, right? You have, like, for example, guys that you have to, like, rescue, or, like, sometimes, like, heroes you have to assassinate. Sometimes you have to, like, just clear the entire map. Sometimes you have to do, like, different things. I compare that to LE objectives in Monolith, right? LE objectives in Monolith currently were, like, just go to where the star is and kill the boss, right? That's it. Like, the ideas here, at least, are honestly a lot better than LE, right? It's just the visual execution and some other stuff is, in my opinion, a little worse, but the system ideas are, like, you can tell this game is not stuck in, like, a Diablo 2 mindset in any way. It might be a bit stuck in, like, something like Dawn of War 2 mindset, but, like, the cover system, which is useless.
The saving part is done. Find the evacuation point and I'll handle the rest.
But other than that... Holy fuck. Chaos Engine, heavy armored, fuck, okay. I mean, can't they just ignore it and, like, run to the evacuation point? Hello? Just run here, guys? What are you doing? Oh my god, fucking, they're all dying now. But actually, they almost, like, killed themselves.
Extraction zone reached. All survivors are accounted for.
The dogs are horde enemies,
Stand
really.
by for retrieval.
They're not even that small, though. Those chaos corn dogs. What LE models need are escort quests. I mean, I'm not saying, like, escort is, like, a good kind of quest type, but it at least brings, like, some variety, you know? Mission available +1. What is this? This is Nurgle Demons. Yep. This is Word Bearer Vanguard. Fighting a bunch of Chaos Marines here. I don't know, I mean, maybe we will in 0.8, they will in 0.9, we'll see, we'll see. Alright, what does silence the guns? There are 3 heavy weapon emplacements on the map, continuously firing on Imperial positions. A demolition bar shows the damage they cause. Your task is to destroy all 3 before the demolition bar is filled up. Okay. So there's already like a timer on this map, basically. Vernacular usage is disabled. Yeah, okay. I mean, we're not running that. What the fuck? 93% more damage. No, thank you. 56% more damage. No, thank you. I feel like this is almost always the same, though. Like, this thing is always reflect. It's either like heat or warp or physical, I guess. And then there's other stuff as well. Like, this is always like damage, and I mean, there aren't like that many things you can roll. But it's still annoying that you have to like check them out inside and like take them out again. I was waiting for MP release of LE to make an Archer PvP. Then they removed training, so there's no point anymore. Lamau. What PvP? I mean, there's no like full trading like they promised. There's only like if you're like in a group, in a multiplayer group with other people in co-op, you can like gift. People can like gift each other like items. That's all there is. Yeah, you can only like it's like Diablo 3 basically. Which I mean, it's something. Every 5 minutes your character loses a life. I mean, enemies are immune to attacks that deal less than 100 damage. I mean, if you have like a heavy armored enemy, maybe that's not a good mod to have. That's fine. I feel like this one is always Monka. What is this? Heat resistance, we don't care. Okay, this is like what, plus 2 now? 22% less damage dealt, 26% more damage suffered. I mean, this is still easier than like the campaign mission that I played earlier. So it should be fine. Oh yeah, that's probably what you should do as well, Lord Fail. I'm usually a hardcore player in these kind of games, so I pretty much only look at the negatives and don't even look at the positives. I just want to like finish the run. That's all I care about. Without dying, ideally, but I mean, knowing this game not that well, I already like died once. I only have like 4 rounds left.
Insertion complete. Transferring target coordinates of hostile artillery units to your tactical sensorium. Silence these guns before the Imperium's finest get pounded into oblivion.
They're getting pounded. Got you, boss. Okay, let's just go to the actual objective, right? Put on the shields and then destroy the thing, right, I guess? Wait, what do we do here? Wait. This has no HP bar, what the fuck? Wait, how do you know? Oh, press G to interact. Of course it's press G.
Kill confirmed. Target offline.
Yeah, I didn't know you have to press D on these. Or like G. I wanted the G. For, well, reasons. Right. Also, which side do you have to be here? Yeah? Like, why does it not show up yet? Is it because enemies are nearby or something? Like, this is weird. There we go. Now it works.
Kill confirmed. Target offline.
Okay, I can't press G here, right? Like, I have to kill stuff first. Let's kill stuff first. Okay, now we can press G. Okay.
Objective completed. Great work down there. Is it heresy to think that these hostiles were a bit out of your league?
Haha. Grimdawn has no limit on trading. I mean, Grimdawn also doesn't have a actual like economy because you can like just cheat into items unless you're playing a league. Right, so yeah. Taking Grimdawn as an example honestly doesn't really work. Unfortunately. HP pillows. I mean, do we actually like just get all the health now, maybe? Or do we get like more? What are my skills doing?
AoE. So I would have to spec into AoE and then damage here, right? 7% melee damage bonus to AoE. What? I'm not dealing damage in melee though. Oh yeah, also debuff I have. Do I do any of this? I have no idea. I mean, these two work, that's for sure. These two are good. There's missions and bonus missions. I mean, I have no clue. Let's just do something here. What is this? Corn? Chaos Marine, Chaos Engine, Chaos Code. Yeah, okay, whatever. Select. You only start with 2 lines. I don't. That's fine. Damage bonus for Horde. All resistances. Critical hits are disabled. I don't think I deal any anyway. HP for elites. Movement speed for all enemies. No, we don't do that. Each death decreases the max of HP. I mean, just don't die, right? 77% more damage suffered and 50% less damage dealt. Okay, that's actually a kind of hard one. Or like a harder one. Oh no, we made this amazing loot system that people don't like trading can enjoy. Oops, trading exists for those that want to trade with a separate leaderboard or for delve/monolith tracking. The experience of people that play single player is ruined.
The enemy is here, preying on the weak and using craven tricks against the defenders of mankind. Perhaps we should find their leaders and give them a fair share of their own medicine.
I mean... it's a delicate topic, that's for sure. Are dealing more damage and are significantly tankier, we can feel that. Definitely can feel that. Fucking suppression, OP. Did he heal again? What the fuck? Or is this a different one?
Success is measured in blood.
Alright.
I mean, I feel like there's three groups of people, right? There's like economy nerds, there's SF nerds, and then there's casuals, right? In RPGs. If you balance the game around SF, but still allow full trading, then I think it appeases casuals and SF nerds, but not the economy nerds. If you do it like Ellie does now, I feel like it might only appease SF nerds and casuals probably as well to a certain degree. But like economy nerds not at all, of course, like even does so. Then if you have like trading while being balanced around SF, and if you balance the game around like trading and you had trading, then it would be best for the economy nerds, but like less so for SSF and casual. At least that's what I think, but I mean, my view might be flawed, of course, as well, I don't know. I have never really like played the economy like ever in any game really, so like I don't get the appeal. If you want to play the economy, like just I don't know, like a different game where you're like actually playing with economy, I guess. Holy fuck. Let's not die here. Oh shit. Oops. Playing without buffs.
No pity.
If it wasn't under the Kickstarter, it wouldn't matter. Yeah, definitely it wouldn't matter. I mean, Diablo 3 has the same trading, like, only in party. People don't mind it there. And what's the other thing? Like Diablo 4 won't really have, like, real trading either. Oh my god, what the hell is happening? What the fuck, here? Shield up. Oh, this kind of like, almost, what the hell? Or is it that weird like warp storm? Cover? Okay, cover. Monka. Let's run away real quick. Dude, I even have like the visual indicator of my freaking like ring of fire around me. And I'm still like too stupid sometimes to like understand that my buffs are down. How? Corn rippers, yeah. Milk for the cornflakes, I'm telling you. It's like the battle cries, not like blood for the blood god and milk for the cornflakes. reflex first, mid after.
Inquisitor.
Yep. Corn rippers have nasty bleed ability. They rip the corn. What is that? Cornflakes emote? Are people right? Wait, that's not in my channel already? What the fuck? That's weird. Alright, rare loot, Poggy. Rare corn mission. Kalu's hunt. Eliminate all high value targets marked on the map to complete the mission. Wait, this one has higher... I mean, less modifier level? What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, just don't die. Just don't die. You just take like all the just don't die modifiers and then you just don't die and then you win. Right? Like just don't die and you don't care about just don't die modifiers. +2 missions, so all later missions are also +2. Okay. Wait, can't you get up to like +18?
And corruption is spun by powerful beings and perverted minds. Hunt their leaders, and this construct of evil will come crashing
random friends. Random friends.
Imperial reconnaissance forces located. Potentially useful assets, but their current situation is terminal. Immediate action required.
Got some pets.
Reconnaissance force relieved. Send basic, follow and protect order to the survivors.
Yeah, come on. Follow and protect me. I got more crabs. Why is it always crabs? Shit. Should maybe look at my health bar, right? Like, it just don't die only works if you actually don't die. Take it like a man, cunt. That what it said. I'm gonna lock myself out of progress if I don't open the path to the final mission before raising the difficulty too high. But the path to the final mission is like locked behind 2 purple stuff, and the purple stuff I cannot open until I find some secret stuff.
Damnation.
But if I only go for objectives, I guess I'm never gonna find secret stuff, right? Like they want you to actually uncover the map, right? I am +18 right now, which is like demolished me, I'm pretty sure. Oh my god, there's a turret there still. Yikes. Too much suppressive fire. Did they kill all the guardsmen? I think all the guardsmen are dead, right? All my pets are dead. Dude, these turrets are so annoying. Oh, like more annoying than the actual boss. These tornadoes, I think, are actually rippy as fuck. I think they might have killed me the one time where I didn't know what happened. They look like nothing, but they're like rippier than all the other abilities, I think. This is so annoying with all the turrets.
Imperial Commando located. Current order. Find and destroy enemy relay station. Attack successful.
We got a bonus mission.
Estimation shows significant reduction in Imperial losses. The Emperor protects.
What the fuck is this, like, skull taking mob? Another crab. Okay. Another crab. Where is it going? Hello? What is it doing? Is it bugged?
You've set a fine example for their kind, Inquisitor.
Alright. These guys were kinda tanky with all the modifiers now. Holy. Some rebel Psyker. Dude, this guy is harder than the actual boss. I'm unsure if I should like fully clear this map just to like see if there's any like extra secrets. The crazy Psyker is kind of weird to play. I mean, it's just zoom. Not even our starters? Yeah. Just Inquisitor. Tiny puny Inquisitor. Just a normal blab Psyker. Okay. Tiny puny Inquisitor dies to trap border. Dying to a border, lol. Yeah. Teleporting ball of explosions, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Oh shit, I should like rebuff. Okay. Time for more zoom. Dodge this. Dodge this. I mean, I know I finished the mission. Just wanna see if there's any secret. These are horde enemies. Zoom, 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 zoom. Oh shit. The warp gate? Yo. That's cool. I don't understand like how people sometimes think that like this kind of gameplay is better than like a bit more like tactical gameplay from like for example Grim Dawn. Like, I don't know, it's just... Wait, I'm full or what? Oh shit.
At your command.
Oh shit, wait. I'm equipping items, not throwing them away. How do I throw away items? Just become sane, come on. Did warp heat like reduction is so slow. Bin icon lower right of inventory. Ah. Thank you.
For the Emperor! The war will eat me alive. Ready to fight.
I guess there's nothing on this map. Honestly, the design of the maps themselves is kind of a weak point of this game. Like, as people said, like it's either or corridors or just like a rectangle. And I mean, maybe it just like looks bad. I mean, all maps are in a way always like some kind of rectangles usually. But the presentation is like usually better than this game. Sorry. character's too slow and crit. Suppression, regeneration, and cover. I mean, that's not bad. Also resistances. Choking on speedy content, yeah. Special map. Special map mission. Some psalms. I mean, the damage bonus to Bio, Lightning, and Shockwave is just carrying my build right now, so we're not switching out this weapon anytime soon, I think. Already know? Oh, okay. Okay, all the rest seems to be garbage so far. Chance to resist knockback and knockdown. Regen per second and cover. Dodge chance against ranged. Physrus for, I mean, that's worse. Do I really care if I have a warp rod or a telekinetic rod? I mean, this one is insane. Wait. Damage bonus to Bio Lightning and Shockwave. Health gained on hit. I mean, this is just good, right? And it has 2 sockets. That's Pog U, right? Hey, which one? +1 allowed death for next mission. It's funny. Wait, which one are you? Some item that had HP regen. Wait, this one? Wait, which stat? The bottom stat? Regen and cover? No, that's trash. Like, the only thing that you ever care about with cover is suppression. So like suppression gain rate in cover can be good, I guess. I don't think it's like a prime stat, but can be useful, maybe. But yeah, everything else is pretty trash that you do in cover. Items have primary and secondary stats. The light blue one is primary. Wait, what?
Wait, what is light blue and what is gray? Gray blue. Oh, do you mean like the implicit? The suppression implicit, for example? Can you craft items or items just to gamble? You can reroll affixes and their values. Oh yeah, I can see cover being good for like assassin with a sniper, yeah. That makes like probably the most sense. Oh, these notes here. Wait. Wait, what? Ah, okay. So it's like prefix and suffix. Wait. What is with this one? Like, this plus 30% max HP gain from attributes. It has like a... Wait, no, it's just a suffix. Yeah, I'm retarded. So it's like 3 prefix, 3 suffix, and a relic slot if it's like a relic tier item. That reminds me a lot of like Diablo 4 itemization. And you can reroll all of them, I guess, in a way. At a cost. Alright, this one is also OP. Is it not? More base damage bonus for biomancy, physics powers, and biolightning. This is insane biolightning damage. What the fuck? Cost lots of credits materials, so rarely nothing you do before in-game gear? Yeah, I would think so as well. Pink item that has 3 good stats and 2 useless ones, you roll the useless ones. Okay. I mean, yeah, obviously. Wait, what makes an item pink over, say, green? Like, this one, for example, is pink, this one is green, but it has 3 affixes only, this one has 4. Does it have, like, a certain power level on an affix? This one has 5, like, what the fuck? Also, does the damage of my psychic powers, like, matter on the... No, the weapon doesn't matter for that at all, right? I guess. The weapon damage. Does weapon damage matter for psychic powers? Yeah, it only matters for like the left click and the Q, right? Like it matters for this, for the Q, or like the one ability, I guess, and for this one for the left click, right? And then other classes it matters for pretty much all abilities, but like in this one, like all of these scale not with your weapon, right? Like all these other abilities here. And then you also have base damage, which like affects all damage, yeah. Not a range skill, right? It's a piercing and path skill. So like this one doesn't do anything for it, I guess. Huh. Energy should have, I mean, this is really good, right? Is it not? It should be good, yeah.
Oh, wait. You just pick this and then you make your psychic powers become armor piercing and then you just like deal with the tanks way easier, right? Hmm. Yeah, what does shock do? Would be nice to know. Damage bonus, armor breaking, armor piercing, and shield piercing attacks. What if you give them the tag? Yeah, I was exactly looking at this as well. Like you get the damage bonus here, right? You put like armor piercing as like a rune on your skull, and then you like get this as well, and you get like more damage as well. Shock slows movement and attack speed. Okay. Damage dealt by oh, that's knocked down. Yeah, whatever. Yo, this is crazy. Actually, you can get so much more damage here. Like these 4 nodes. I mean 5 nodes here, and you pick this. I guess you don't need this, but like these 2. Toc toc. So armor breaking was 50%. Ignores 50% of the target's armor, and armor piercing is... Wait, completely ignores armor, yeah, okay. And here... Yeah, okay. Just do this, for example. I mean, or you could also do this. Okay. More base damage when this is active. What's the threshold to go into like red area? Does it show somewhere? I'm at what is that, 70%? Over the warp in character screen. Wait, where's your warp? Damage bonus when at plus 75% warp heat. I mean, I'm that basically all the time anyway on it. Above 80, yeah, okay. Dealing 9 warp damage per warp heat spent above 80. Spawning warp anomalies when above 40 and dealing 9 warp damage per warp heat spent above 80%. Oh, it already spawns them at 40 and higher? Okay, so it spawns them all the time for me anyway. I feel like it spawns more when I'm above 80 though. It's weird. Spawns more at max. Okay. Reduce enemy armor. Wait, does armor affect all damage types or not? I mean, if I have armor piercing, this literally doesn't matter. Gain physical damage bonus, projectile spread is... I guess I could play this one. Death Augury. Yeah, I mean, this seems pretty good, honestly. Like, playing that instead of the fire one. The fire one is useless now. Feels useless at least. As long as I don't have, like, capped warp resistance, I guess the supreme warp resistance doesn't really matter. I mean, that said, I'm at 58%, so... I guess it actually would start mattering. Cheat death? Softcore gamer? Well, what do you mean? Cheat death is hardcore gaming, is it not? It's more like it's Diablo 3 hardcore gaming, right? I mean, you would remove movement speed and like go supreme warp resistance, I guess, and just like zoom with your zoomer skill. Wait. I guess like this. And then what do you do here? I guess this is fine. Okay, so you get 3 times 8%, that's 24% extra rest, right? I mean, it means I'm rest capped on warp rest on 80%. It's basically what it means. They can spawn all the warp anomalies they want now on me.
Seems good. Just be like 80% kept. Okay, I think we just remove all this crap now. It doesn't have hardcore, no. It does have like hardcore crusades, or like roguelike dungeons, basically. Crusades. Like in these crusades you have like a total of 5 lives, right? I died once here. But there are crusades that you can like basically put a hardcore tag on, and then you only have 1 life. And then like this entire run, you can't die at all. I mean, if you die, the character doesn't die, but like... you, well, the run is over instantly. But yeah, there's no like permadeath hardcore in this game now. There were like combinations of these as well, right? That you can put maybe, I don't know. Is it like actually like rune words, or is it just like putting 2 together? It's actually like rune words. Like if you put 2 certain ones together, you get like an additional new effect on top. You linked like a link earlier, right? With like all the rune words, I guess. You've never seen that layout before, really? Eh? Maybe I just got unlucky. Wait, are they already... Oh fuck, I can't remove. Well, they're in now. It has been done. Where's the removal of things? I mean, there it is, right? With this, you can remove, okay. In the Enhance tab. Enhance. Plus item level. I mean, it's just kind of like too early to do this, right? You want to do this like an endgame? Like, why would you want to do it now? Allows rerolling. Cool, cool, cool. Increased chance of successful salvage. Oh, I should do this like right away, right? This is like probably the most important thing. Individual enchantments. Rerolling of numeric values. Improves the quality of attributes. Improves the quality of item enchants. Decreases the credit cost, the credit card cost. Combining some codes to craft more powerful ones. Oh, you need this before you can even do rune words. Right, without this you can't actually do them. And you always need this, like right away. Should be always the first, I guess. And then, yeah, this will stuff later. Let's +2 tech power. What does tech power do? Tech power, hello? What do you do? Also, we can change our appearance from the stuff, right, I guess, but... Also, this weapon looks nothing like the actual weapon. Like, what is this? Like, what the fuck? Also, the frickin' preview is not working again. F. Big F. Big F, big F, big F. This is like the Dawn of War painter basically, but like in scuffed because it doesn't work. Or like it doesn't have a preview. I mean, it does work actually, like if you apply, right? If you click apply, it works. I think. Oh, it's too expensive. What am I doing? Oops. Just wasted like 5k money. I mean, 100k rather. Okay, you see the difference now? No? Dude, this is such a little army painter, like what the fuck? Like fucking Dawn of War 1 in 2004 had like way better army painter than this. How is it so bad? I don't get it. It doesn't change shit, right? I don't know, it's fucking bugged for me again. Once again bugged. He's bad, man. Yeah, so like, yeah, this is rough, right? You have to complete certain missions, special events, or find hidden coagulators. This one will increase difficulty by 1. This one won't. So I guess we do the one that doesn't increase difficulty. $5 million shades of money, brown, gray. Dude, the Dawn of War Omni Panther was like just... it worked, right? Like, how does it not work here? Space Sparta? Kinda, yeah. I don't know, what is this mission even? I actually forgot.
The corruption of Nurgle is a fascinating phenomenon, Inquisitor. Even the most resilient life forms are quickly overwhelmed by the combination of warp energies and physical pathogens. We must immediately deploy countermeasures.
80% warp res, actually capped. Alright, easy clap.
Ah, we speak at last.
Yo, Nishi, welcome, thanks for the photo. Yeah, I have a different start now, right? I have this.
Ready to fight.
What's happening?
Charge! I said charge!
shit, I'm overwhelmed. What am I doing? Oh god. Holy. I should probably take some cover real quick. Yes, 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 yes. Cover, cover, cover. I feel like, did I lose damage compared to last run, or is this area just so tough? I should be tankier though, that's for sure. I lost CDR. I can. Oh yeah, I actually lost insane amount of CR, I think. I need more CR again, like this feels so slow because of no CDR.
Your inoculator readings are troubling. Leave the contaminated area immediately.
I was underestimating the importance of CDR here a lot, I think. Oh my god. Yeah, I need CDR. Again, I lost CDR. Wait, fucking healed? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. How did they heal, blood?
Mission progress updated. Chance of success increasing at a steady rate.
I feel like the chance of success isn't really that high here, because it was kind of a struggle. From 0 to 1% is still an increase, yeah. Okay, these gas traps are such memes. Gas trap, oh no, destroy the door. Oh, also, what the fuck am I doing? That one is permanent active, okay. Let's see how it works.
I feel like it goes very quickly from like too easy to too hard.
Scorched Earth Protocol, a rudimentary but effective solution.
The multiplier jumps are too steep, maybe. Like, what is this gameplay though? Like, I don't know. What is this fucking gameplay? I just hold down all my 4 buttons and
By
like...
eradicating the infestation, we
I
lowered
don't know,
the chance
man.
of a major outbreak, and
Such
we
a meme.
collected valuable data. The Omnisire be praised.
Hey, what does this show? Like, cheating? Although I can say that when you get close to the practical limit of what your character can currently handle, mechanics like cover seem less of an afterthought. I mean, when it comes to suppression, cover is actually like useful, I feel like. Suppression regenerate. I mean, I could also use that one actually. HP gain on hit. Huh. Both not bad actually. Both interesting. I mean, this stuff is all useless. I must have eventually. Yeah, it feels like that as well. Like how the game plays, and at some point your regen, that's like it's probably like not gonna be enough anymore, right? You want more of this on top. Yeah, good night. Easy. I mean, I'll head out here as well, I think. I gotta also get up tomorrow at some point. That is not too late. The Riding Grim Dawn. The Riding Grim Dawn is a bit too OP. Okay. Oh yeah, we can get more damage here easily now, right? Like these are easy nodes right now, because I gave my attacks the armor piercing tag, so this is just like 3% more damage. That's like easy to understand because of this phase through thing, right? Okay. Deal with 50 traps. What do you got here at some point? Warp damage bonus? Minus 10 warp resistance? I mean, you can just like get more warp resistance, right? Probably. Unless it's like minus max XP gain. That's weird. I kind of hate like XP gain pretty much anywhere apart from like Twink gear, to be honest. Incoming warp damage to heal instead of doing damage. Wait, like all the warp events like heal me now?
Or like have a chance to heal me. Dude, Radical just seems better than Puritan. I don't know, at least like on paper right now, but I have no idea about the game, so. So this is like also how you get attribute points apart from level up. And this is like how you unlock the remaining trees. Perks unlocks, this is, oh yeah, perks are this crap here, right? Probably, I mean, I do actually use them as well, because my cooldowns are so high on the powers right now, like high, like so high that I can't spam them, and I'm actually like using attacks in between. Yeah, I mean, this is better for Aether, right? And this is like equally good for all. So if you're playing Aether, this is just like, I mean Warp rather, this is better, and otherwise it's like both are. I guess if you're not playing Warp, Puritan is probably better, because what do you get here then? I mean... This node is useless then, right? The other stuff is probably like still fine, yeah. Damage bonus in focused state. What does focused even mean? What does focused even mean? A rare shard? Oh, okay. Fizzerness, Heatress, Warpress. That's cool, that's cool. Damage bonus to bleeding. Need other items to gain focus state, typically when your suppression is green. Okay. Right. Level 44. Oh, here you also see like what you get. Interesting. Passive skill point, attribute point. So you get an attribute point like every 5 levels, it seems like. until level 60 and then every 10 levels. And you gain 2 passives every 10 levels as well. Okay, cool. How long does it take to like get to 100? From 80 to 100, it takes a lot of time, yeah. Okay. I mean, it seems like up to 60, it's like supposed to be easy, and then like if you look at the rewards already, yeah, it slows down. Alright, cool. Dude, there's just so many maps like the Crusade, and like you can, if you want, like just go around like in this entire sector, like look at all the maps, like go to some random planet, do some random mission, which is all like really cool in system. The problem is that like some of these side mission maps, like the maps themselves, they suck, right? They look so terrible. Like, I don't know. Or like visually at least, they look pretty terrible. Not gonna lie. And now I'm like kind of over leveled for pretty much all of them, am I not? Like I'm 44, so like these are interesting. All the white ones are like whatever now. Right, the highest level here is 66, and then you just do Crusades for the rest of it. Or wait, you maybe like unlock new systems here. These are locked. Seem to be locked. Or maybe they're like part of the DLC as well. I have no idea. But yeah, pretty cool. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you around on Thursday, probably. Definitely on Friday. I might stream. I like try out the Assassin a bit on Thursday here, and then Friday is gonna be Last Epoch.